Okay, good morning. We will call the Committee on Appointments to order at 8:02 a.m. We just have a few items on our agenda this morning, starting first here with a resolution confirming Mayor LeGrand's appointment of Max Benedict to the Uptown Corridor Improvement Authority.
So moved.
Any comments on Mr. Benedict? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? It carries. That brings us to our second resolution confirming Mayor LeGrand's appointment of Max Benedict to the Uptown Business Improvement District.
So moved.
Support.
Comments on that?
Mr. Chair, thank you.
Yes.
I'll add a comment. Mr. Benedict is one of the partners in Third Coast. Has been, very active, I know, in the Michigan Street corridor and also the redevelopment of Marywood with senior affordable housing. So I appreciate his willingness to serve in an expanded role in this corridor. Thanks.
I agree. Okay. And all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Those opposed? Motion carries. All right, and lastly, this is a resolution approving the City Commission's appointment of Rick Wendt to the Grand Rapids Building Authority.
So moved.
Support.
Comments, colleagues? Okay, seeing none. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. And now we'll look over our current board and commission vacancy list. Ms. Bosker, are there any standouts?
I think that what I prioritized this week in relaying to the mayor is just to review where we stand with the Economic Development and Brownfield Redevelopment Authority and then the Planning Commission. I know that those are vacancies that we like to fill hopefully as quickly as possible. Next week, we're planning to fill the Housing Commission vacancy. And I've also got on my list to just work with the engineering department and work on filling those vital streets openings as well.
Yes, there's two. There's WMIAC's vacancy and another one. I spoke to the mayor about some of these vacancies yesterday at our one-to-one, and he is fielding a few folks for the Planning Commission.
Good.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much, Ms. Bosker. Anything else, colleagues or staff?
Mr. Chair, I do have a quick
Commissioner.
question. Did we get any first ward applicants for mobile GR yet? I put out some feelers, so.
We did get one yesterday, which
Okay.
I turned over to the mayor to look at.
Great.
I think it's just the one that we have so far.
Okay. I will do some follow-ups then. Thanks.
Wonderful. Thank you all. Yes, Commissioner Isasi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My bad. For North Quarter, Ms. Bosker, I think we don't have any active PIFs for them right now. Is that correct?
No, we do
Okay.
have one
We do have one.
that the mayor is looking at, and I think we're going to move forward with,
Okay.
just haven't gotten the final word. So hopefully
Okay,
I can get that
great. Okay.
in time for one of the next couple meetings, but there will still be one vacancy after
Okay,
that.
great. We just had a meeting with our Corridor Improvement Authority. We're in the midst of a rebranding over there in North Quarter, but we had a lot of engagement from some businesses. I mean, we filled up one of the businesses, and so I expect that we might see hopefully an increase in some PIFs as well as people become more aware of that. And then thank you, Mr. Chair, for meeting with the mayor. I know the one name that I shared related to Brownfield, our body, we did have to reschedule one meeting because we didn't have quorum with one of those meetings. And so getting back to a full board would be really great. So thanks so much. And then do we have an update? I guess my last thought is, I know that there was a communication sent out by the mayor to our current Brownfield Economic Development Land Bank Authority for those who are interested in serving on the bifurcated, that's the right word, Patrick, bifurcated Land Bank Authority. I wanted you to feel part of the group. And no, just kidding. And so I know that we just had a meeting. I think we'll have one more meeting before it's totally separated. I appreciate that you were able to go to those members to see what kind of interest there was. But do we have a timeline on seeding those land bank names?
I do not. I'm
Okay.
not aware.
Okay.
I'll make a note and reach out and just see.
Okay. And maybe if we could see if there's any current PIFs, because I did encourage people who were on the board to just fill out another PIF, because then their appointment time would be a different time of the year, right? Because it would be, I believe that appointment would be for 1 year, so we probably need to clarify the length of the term. I've encouraged people just to reapply so we can kind of get a batch, so then we can all see it too, as the mayor moves forward. And then maybe, Mr. Chair, we can, if you could also talk to the mayor and just see, what that interest might be. So I think there was some, just excited to kind of go to that next step. Thank you.
Yes. It's a good reminder. It would be nice to have an update on
Yeah.
the schedule of how
Yeah,
that's
because you
going.
said July, and we had a good meeting with our current body. We've got an attorney for the board, we've got a logo. I mean, this is a little bit out of appointments, but, I don't want to miss that opportunity if there's some expectations on the mayor's side of when that would be seated. So thanks.
Wonderful. Anyone else, colleagues? All right. Well, you all have a good morning, and we will adjourn the Committee on Appointments at 8:08 a.m.
right, good morning, everybody. It is 8:23. We'll go ahead and get our fiscal committee meeting here started. We just got 6 items before us this morning. Item number 1, we've got a resolution authorizing an agreement with Ready Rebound at a first-year cost of $95,000. That's for a 3-year total cost not to exceed $285,000, and it's for a concierge recovery navigation service for injured firefighters.
So moved.
Support?
Moved and supported. Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning. The fire department is excited about this. This pilot program, we need 2 years to really see the benefits of it, but we feel that this will become cost neutral in getting our firefighters back to work more efficiently and stronger to do their job. And then we'd like to have further discussion about rolling out to the entire city. Thank you.
Great, thanks for that. Yeah, I was reading through some of the information in the packet. Seems like a great service, providing great, just better services for our injured employees, but then also the cost component too, being able to get them back to work as quickly as possible and first and foremost healthy. So any questions or comments on that one, colleagues?
Yeah, just for the public, could you give a little example of who may use this service?
Certainly.
And why?
So it will work into effect for any on-duty injury or off-duty injury. The fire department, like most other city departments, it's the people that do the work. And so if there is a restriction due to an injury and they're not able to do their regular work, then we have to backfill. We have a specific number of firefighters that we need on big red trucks every day. And when they're not able to come to work, that increases our overtime exponentially. So we're looking forward to getting people healed up quicker and, like I said, stronger as well to return to work.
Thank you.
Yeah, great question. All right, hearing no other questions, I'll call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, it carries. Thanks. Item number 2, we've got a resolution approving the 61st District Court appointment of Bria Q. Adderley Williams as attorney magistrate.
So moved.
Support?
All right, moved and supported. Good morning. Good to see you again.
Eric Simon, Court Administrator, on behalf of the court.
Is the microphone on? Is it green?
It is now.
There you go. Thanks so much.
Okay. Again, Eric Simon with the court. Our magistrate with the 61st District Court resigned about a month ago. And per statute, the court can appoint a magistrate, and it's subject to concurrence approval by the governing body of the District Court Control Unit. We probably haven't done this in a few years, and it's definitely a formality. Once we get the official approval, we submit a local administrative order signed by the chief judge, because the magistrate's under the direction of the chief judge, to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court reviews it, approves it, and then we go through a training process, and this is part of the process. Any questions on this appointment?
Questions or comments?
Commissioner?
Yes.
I just want to recognize Magistrate Brunick, who has been a fabulous resource for us over the years, helped us navigate through a number of civil suits and parking tickets and working with our constituents and folks in the area. He's done a masterful job asking questions and educating himself on our processes. So we really look forward to our next magistrate coming into the 61st District Court and continuing that ongoing relationship, because it's really a strong one for the Treasurer's Office with the District Court.
Yeah, that's great. Thanks for that recognition.
Yeah, thank you for that. I should have brought Mr. Brunick with me today. He would appreciate that very much. I will pass it on to him.
Yeah, please pass along our thanks.
I will.
All right, well, hearing no other questions, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, it carries.
Thank you.
Thanks. Item number 3, we've got a resolution adopting the Grand Valley Regional Biosolids Authority fiscal year 2026 operations and maintenance budget.
So moved.
Support?
All right, moved and supported. Good morning.
Good morning. James Oots, Environmental Services Manager. And I present to you today the budget that was approved by the GVRBA for FY26. And if you'll notice, there's a slight reduction from the previous year. This is due to the biodigesters doing what they're supposed to do. They're reducing the amount of biosolids that we have to haul to the landfill, and also some of the high-dollar preventative maintenance, such as the rebuilding of the centrifuges and the cleaning of the sludge tanks was taken care of last year. Thank you.
Great, thanks. Questions or comments, colleagues? All righty. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, it carries. Thanks so much. Item number 4, we've got an ordinance amending Section 1 of the budget, Ordinance 2024-23 for fiscal year 2025. This is amendment number 8.
So moved.
Support?
All right, moved and supported.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
This morning, we have almost 20 items on the budget amendment, and the reason for that is since February, we've implemented a budget amendment freeze as for two reasons. One, the ongoing implementation of the ERP system, and just the FY26 budget development process. We kind of needed the numbers to just hold steady, so that's the reason for the backlog. So we're catching up on about 3 months of budget amendments. So I will try to move quickly through these, given the volume of them. Item number one is a transfer to the Affordable Housing Fund in the amount of $166,000. That payment was authorized by the Commission on March 25th. This will simply effectuate that transfer now. Item number two is from our Economic Development Department related to the Grand Rapids Land Bank Authority. We're going to use $32,000 of fund balance from the Property Management Fund just for some startup funding for the Land Bank Fund. Item number three, 61st District Court, they did receive some additional grant funding from the Domestic Violence Action Network in the amount of $233,000. So that will go to support the court's domestic violence specialty court. Item number four comes from the Parks and Rec Department. It's the Golf Course Fund. They're having a good problem, a lot of traffic, a lot of business at the golf course. That is generating some additional revenues. With that comes some additional expense to maintain service levels. So we're simply appropriating that revenue amount of $60,000. Next item is also from Parks and Recs. It's for their Parks Operating Fund. We're going to appropriate $685,000 from fund balance, as well as transfer another $471,000 between expense objects. That is to cover some expenditures that are expected to exceed their FY25 appropriation in the operating fund. That includes maintenance costs, forestry operating costs, as well as some planning and engagement costs. Item number six, also from Parks and Rec for the Riverside Park Improvement Project. The department did receive a restricted contribution of $150,000 from a private group that that did some fundraising for a park-specific improvement to honor former Mayor Bliss by adding an outdoor classroom and nature grove to Riverside Park. Item number seven comes from the Police Department for the Michigan Justice Training Fund. This will recognize and appropriate revenue received from the spring 2025 law enforcement distribution in the amount of $49,000. This will support training efforts through the end of this fiscal year. Item number 8 is also from the Police Department for the Drug Law Enforcement Fund year-end expenditures. They would like to appropriate $18,000 from fund balance of the special revenue fund to accommodate end-of-year expenditures. It was driven by unanticipated purchases and includes essential equipment and an upgrade to the File on-Queue software system. Item number 9 comes from the Police Department for the Federal Forfeitures Fund. It's a generator replacement. This will appropriate approximately $35,000 from fund balance, again, of one of their special revenue funds. This will outfit the Vice Unit building with a natural gas power generator to provide backup power. Item number 10, this is MCOL's funding for recruits' stipends. This will recognize an appropriate anticipated funding of $100,000 from MCOL's. That's the Michigan Commission on Law Enforcement Standards. This is their Public Safety Academy Assistance Program. So this covers academy costs and salaries for 5 police recruits, so $20,000 each. Item number 11. Comes from the Police Department. This is for their mental health crisis co-response team. This will recognize and appropriate an award from the State of Michigan Department of Labor and Economic Opportunity. The amount is $250,000, and this will support mental health crisis co-response team. More specifically, this funding is going to be used to purchase 2 unmarked vehicles so officers can arrive to calls without the use of the traditional cruiser, which may raise some tensions during a mental health crisis. Item number 12, this last one from the Police Department. This is for their FY 2025 General Fund appropriation. The department is requesting to utilize $1.5 million of contingent account balance, as well as appropriate an additional $600,000 of general fund balance for cost increases included in the department's fiscal 25 forecast that was presented during their fiscal 26 budget development process at their review. They identified various factors as driving this request, including overtime, county correctional facility charges, tuition reimbursement, department-wide training, parking, as well as equipment and vehicle costs. Item 13 comes from the fire department. This is for hemorrhage control training kits grant. So this will recognize and appropriate the grant award in the amount of about $1,500 from the U.S. Department of Homeland Security through FEMA. This will be used for hemorrhage control training kits which supports terrorism preparedness. Item number 14 comes from our engineering department. This is the Michigan Enhancement Grant for the Division Avenue Fire Station. So this will recognize and appropriate an estimated grant expenditure reimbursement in the amount of approximately $11.4 million. This is the Michigan Enhancement Grant for construction of the Division Avenue Fire Station. This is a portion of the $35 million Michigan Enhancement Grant that was accepted by the Commission on May 7th of last year. It was designed to construct both the Kendall and Division fire stations as well as the fire training center. We did not recognize that full $35 million up front, so we've been appropriating it as needed. So you'll also see in the memo, upon approval of this request, a total of about $24 million of that 35 has now been appropriated. Item number 15 also comes from the engineering department. This is grant-funded facilities and equipment at the fire training center. So this will recognize and appropriate an estimated grant revenue expenditure reimbursement of about $1.5 million from the U.S. Economic Development Administration's Public Works and Economic Adjustment Assistance Program. And this is for facilities and equipment at the fire training center. This is for construction of a pre-engineered burn building, related site work, and 2 pieces of equipment for the fire training center. Total project cost is just under $3 million, and there is a 50% match requirement with this. So as such, the federal award of $1,475,000, required local match an equal $1,475,000. Item number 16 comes from the engineering department. This is improvements to Grand River East Riverfront. This will, again, also recognize estimated grant revenue and expenditure reimbursement of $16 million from the Greenway Grant Agreement. This is between Downtown Grand Rapids, Inc. and the City of Grand Rapids for improvements to the Grand River East Riverfront from about Fulton Street to Wealthy Street. And this will involve significant enhancements to the riverfront for the public to use. Item number 17, this is a budget reappropriation. This is reappropriating unspent amounts from fiscal 24 to fiscal 25. We took a little bit different approach this year. Typically, we bring these requests at the beginning of the fiscal year, but what we decided to do this year was wait for the fiscal 26 budget review process. We still had departments submit their requests last July, but we wanted to gauge those requests against their fiscal 25 estimate that they put forward as part of the budget development process to just confirm that there was really the need for the carry forward request. And as a result of that, we have 2 additional items that did meet that criteria. This is a standard process. Those 2 items, $211,000 requested from HR for the reclassification study, and the second request was $138,000 from the Executive Office of Special Events. This is for new bleachers. Those were delayed due to long lead times for materials, unfortunately. Item number 18 comes from our Comptroller Department. This is for the Firefighter Retiree Healthcare Fund. This is going to appropriate Firefighter Retiree Healthcare Fund balance in the amount of $850,000. This request is being driven by higher than expected claims and overall higher costs in fiscal 25. Just as a reminder, the Retiree Healthcare Fund was established to manage and provide OPEB or other post-employment benefits. In the current year, this fund has paid out, again, larger than average claims and did not have sufficient unobligated budget to pay out the remaining outstanding claims through the end of the fiscal year. However, just rest assured that fund is healthy, and this is just a little bit of an anomaly this year. Our last item, item number 19, comes from the Executive Office. This is the City Commission Enhanced Support Pilot. That was briefed, I believe, back on March 25th to the City Commission. This will appropriate $40,000 from fund balance of the general operating fund. This is the fiscal 25 portion of the City Commission Enhanced Support Pilot. This budget amendment supports the launch of the pilot initiative designed to enhance administrative and engagement support for members of the City Commission. This initial appropriation, again, covers the pilot running through the end of this fiscal year, with a subsequent amendment to be proposed in early fiscal 26 to appropriate the remaining $60,000 that would be needed to complete the full pilot period. Specifically, this pilot will include the addition of a temporary staff member in 311 customer service to provide the enhanced administrative support, along with a 6-month contract for engagement services administered by the Communications Department. The last thing I will note at the very bottom is the contingent balance. We did not have any requests throughout this fiscal year. We, as a matter of policy, established $1.5 million in our contingent account. The police department request on this BA will fully utilize that remaining balance, bringing the ending contingent balance to zero. Thank you.
Great, thanks for that overview. I know the agenda packet's got much more information on all those items individually too, if people have questions or want to read some more. I'll turn to my colleagues and see if they have any questions on any specifics.
Just a couple, I think I'll go backwards since we're already at the bottom, about the Executive Office Enhanced Support Pilot. I voted against that when it was brought up before. I'm going to stand my ground on that one because I don't think it's necessary, and I think it's not a good use of taxpayer dollars for what's being asked for, right? I think that's the work that's being asked for as we have been voted into these positions by our community, is to do the work, and it is work. It just is. Right? And so we have to figure out how to make sure that we're doing that work appropriately. We already have assistance from city staff that are here. I believe that from what I've seen, coming from the second ward, that 311 has been a great support, and they've done a number of things over the last couple of years to really support what we've been asking for and how we want to operate. So I will not vote on that one in particular. And then going back to, I think, number 12, it was for that 1.5 that you talked about at the end, and I'm just wondering if there's overlap between that one and number 10, the extra, the 100,000 that for the stipends for training costs and assistance for police academy. For the MCOLs, is there any overlap in those dollars, or is it two very separate things?
Actually, it is two very separate things. Item number 10 is in the police grants fund, so that is external revenues that we receive to support those 5 police recruits, whereas item number 12 is in the general operating fund for the department as a whole. So if anything, item number 10 helped to, you could argue, I suppose, reduce item number 12 by providing those additional funding sources for training.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, good questions. Any thoughts or comments?
So, yeah, a point of order. So to speak to our colleagues' concern for item number 19, to my knowledge, we're voting on them in total. If she is not going to vote for one, will we be able to vote for them?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Or
I'll turn to
honor her
Deputy City Attorney to see what the protocol is for that.
Well, there's a motion on the table, so you should take that motion or amend that motion. One way might be to amend the motion to not include. It could, I think I'll look to the clerk for some support here to see if we could put on consent a budget amendment and then pull off consent that one particular item. I don't know from a meeting management standpoint how hard that would be technically, but from a parliamentary procedure standpoint, I think that would be one way to do it if there's only one part of that multi amendment process that is under consideration.
Yeah, that's correct. So, yeah, so a motion can be made to amend this motion to remove that item. If there's not support, then obviously that won't pass.
Sure.
So that's, and then if that motion does pass, then fiscal service would have to put in the item without that item so it can go forward. It's still, I think the whole thing will come off consent because it's not coming the way it is.
Yeah, it sounds like if Commissioner Knight intends to vote no on it, it would just come off consent for the night meeting, and that conversation could be had again at the night meeting.
Sure.
Okay, so,
Two options. You can make an amendment.
Could I clarify something?
Oh, thanks.
Yes.
Since this is an ordinance, it will not be on consent anyway, so that's not,
that's right, it's off.
that's not an issue.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Great. So it is not on the agenda. So a motion can be made this evening to remove it because the whole body will discuss it because thanks,
Okay.
Lou. Appreciate that.
so I'd make the motion later.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so the current motion on the table is to support this as written. So with that, I'll call the question for that. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? The motion carries. And we will discuss more committee of the whole. Alrighty. Okay, last two items here. Just a reminder, neither of these require a motion, but item number 5, we've got our comptroller's warrant report for the period of April 15th, 2025 through April 28th, 2025, and that's in the amount of $29,701,189.85. And I will turn to our city comptroller.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
For the period referenced, cash payments were released totaling $29.7 million. That includes $5.9 million for payroll-related payments and just under $1.7 million for income tax warrants during that period. In terms of quantity, 11,325 income tax refunds were issued and 933 checks and electronic payments were also issued during that period. These funds were issued for payment not by individuals in the city comptroller's office and not in accordance with the terms of the city charter.
Okay. We will receive and file that. And then lastly, we've got our treasurer's report for period of April 17th, 2025 through April 29th, 2025.
Good morning, Commissioners. With our report today, just going over a couple things. Some of the things we talk about right now are the ongoing turmoil in terms of our markets and tariffs and interest rates that are they coming down? Where does inflation land? Really what we're looking at right now is we had good inflation numbers this morning. We had a Dow that went up 1,100 points yesterday. But at the same time, we had the U.S.-China negotiations doing a 90-day pause. That decreased the threat of a recession. The different banks and different folks that are looking at this, the economists might have scaled back their outlook a little bit, but not a lot. These are fluid and very dynamic times right now that as these numbers continue to move around, we're going to see people's probability or suggestion that there's going to be a recession are going to bounce around too, just like everything else is bouncing around. I just wanted to point out to you that there's quite a few people that do believe that there's an imminent recession coming toward the end of the year. So, but again, this is a very fluid situation and things can change very quickly. If we were to have these tariff negotiations continue on and they result in a favorable manner, then that risk of recession starts to diminish. But again, it's the turmoil that's out there that is really causing everything to bounce around. So we are still maintaining our portfolio at a 3.16% interest rate, earnings $661 million. We're signing documents today to get the bond money for the soccer stadium and amphitheater. So you'll see the 661 will go up by another $127 million because we'll have those new bond accounts that'll be added. But we're also managing those dollars to invest those in times so that they'll be ready for those projects to use them when they have their drawdown schedules. So we're looking to add interest earnings to that and help those projects along. And that's really where we stand right now is making sure that our funds are invested wisely, they're strong investments, they're liquid as well. If we need to get money, if there's a hiccup in the market, we can go get money whenever we need to. That is our position, is to make sure that we have got the most stable, strong investment portfolio that there is in municipal government and the policies that we have in place. And so with that report, I would like to move us on our day.
Great, thanks. We'll take a little bit of cautious optimism when it presents itself, but yes, lots of uncertainty still. All right, I will turn to my colleague and see if they have any thoughts or questions for our city treasurer.
I do have one
Yes.
question. We talked about last meeting, JP Morgan saying a recession, but for the public and folks who may be watching, what are sort of nonpartisan, just factual ways that people can keep up with the market who maybe aren't so in this work, aren't maybe financial professionals themselves and just want to keep up with where our economy as a nation is going?
So I'm gonna kind of dial it back from as a nation versus more local, because our issues are going to be, our gas price here is much different than gas price in Louisiana and Tennessee and California. Everything is different depending on where you are in the country, because the cost of livings are different, as well as the deliverables and other different factors. When I look at our local economy, I'm looking at the fact that if we're hearing talk that there's potentially a recession on the horizon, what we should be doing is looking at our personal finances and saving money, maybe looking at to cut some of our services. I mean, I would be, if I did it at home, I'm looking at, do I need to have 3 streaming services, or can I suffice with 1? Do I need to go, am I going to go out and buy a new car right now with interest rates that high, or am I going to go ahead and Band-Aid my car along for another couple of years to make sure I'm saving, $1,000 or $1,200 or $1,500 in case I have a repair? I'm making sure I've got some emergency funds saved up as much as I can. We can go into lots of different scenarios on personal finance where they say have 3 to 6 months worth of emergency fund savings just in case. When we start hearing these things that there could be recession, it's wise to start taking stock of what you have, what your needs are versus wants.
I'm familiar with that. My question is more of, so who do you look to get factual information about, like a JP Morgan, or of course, I would encourage people to listen to our discussions, but is there an app? Is there a news provider specifically that gives good factual information as things like tariffs they were happening, now they're not happening, of a good news source to stay abreast of what's happening?
There are several, and I'm going to say Bloomberg does a really good job, Fox Business does, CNBC does, and you can filter through the politics, okay? You really have to look for those stories and those nuggets, because a lot of them, they're not going to take a negative type, they're not going to take false information, because their credibility in terms of financial aspects has to be a little bit more resolute than our normal news feeds. And so I would look to those. I would look to our own publications that are here. I would look to the Wall Street Journal. I'd look to Barron's. I'd look to some of those financial publications that are talking about some of those things, but those might get a little deep in terms of that. It's hard sometimes to find that unbiased information, but I would even reach out to your own banker, to your own bank, to see if there's resources within Fifth Third or Mercantile or JP Morgan or Macatawa or Bank of New York or PNC or Bank of America that are here in your local area, and ask them, because a lot of times they have weekly news feeds or weekly publications that they can push out to you to say, this is what's happening in the economy. This is what we're seeing as economic indicators. And you can just add your email address to it, and they'll come to you immediately. So you can get it right from your banking partners.
Wonderful. That's very helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, great question and some good suggestions for resources. All right, well, that concludes our scheduled items here, so I'll go ahead and adjourn our meeting here at 8:52, and then just a quick reminder that we'll be having community development starting at 9 o'clock this morning.
Good morning. The time is now 9 o'clock, and we're going to go ahead and call our Community Development Committee meeting to order. Good morning, colleagues. I hope you're all doing well, and happy birthday, Commissioner Perdue.
Thank you very much.
All right, we have a number of items, so let's go ahead and get started. The first item is a resolution approving a fireworks discharge permit for Pyrotechnico Fireworks Inc. for fireworks at the Gillette Bridge in connection with Art Prize on September 19, 2025, with a rain date of October 3rd, 2025. Do you have a motion?
So moved.
Support. Moved and supported? Hello.
Captain Roy LeGrone.
Push the little button there.
Captain Roy LeGrone with Fire Prevention. We just want to let you know we reviewed and we recommend the approval of the fireworks show for September 19th regarding Art Prize.
All right. And, hard to think about the fall right now, but it will come up soon. All right. Colleagues, do you have any questions for Captain LeGrone? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
you.
Item number 2, thank you. Item number 2 is a resolution requesting the revocation of an existing industrial facilities exemption certificates under Public Act 189 for Pruse Manufacturing, Inc.
So, support?
Moved and supported. Ms. Renero?
Yes, good morning. This is a revocation for Pruse Manufacturing. What would follow this action would be a request to the State Tax Commission to formally revoke the last year of exemption because this manufacturer is no longer on 2555 Oak Industrial. They moved out to the airport. So that's as simple as them not being at the location. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions, colleagues? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item number 3 is a resolution accepting a sidewalk and utility easement at 2701 and 2751 Oak Industrial Drive Northeast.
So moved. Support?
Mr. Bergman?
Good morning, Commissioners. A new facility is being constructed at this location, and as part of that development, the developer is required to improve their street frontage adjacent to the parcel. And so that includes constructing a sidewalk, and the necessary space to construct the sidewalk is beyond the limits of the existing right-of-way. So your acceptance of this sidewalk and utility easement will allow that improvement to be made.
Great. Questions, colleagues? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item number 4 is a resolution approving an agreement with MDOT for the reconstruction of Ann Street from Monroe Avenue to Plainfield Avenue and authorizing $1,586,645 for the local share of project cost.
So moved.
This was one of the 6 projects that were featured at your commission night out in March, I think that was, and will be reconstructed between Monroe and Plainfield. The project includes elevated or raised bike lanes, the new pavement, curb and gutter, new drive approaches, drainage improvements, sidewalks, street trees, and new ADA compliant curb ramps. We were able to secure a surface transportation program grant in support of this project in an amount just over $1.5 million. So because of that, the project is being bid and administered through MDOT. Estimated total expenditures for the project are $3,105,745. So in addition to approving the MDOT agreement, this resolution also authorizes our local share, which after that STP grant amount is $1,586,645. And that will come from the Vital Streets Fund and the Parking System Fund. There's a small portion in there from the Parking System Fund of about $14,000. That's to cover the design, pavement marking design to the west of this project, really between Turner and Monroe, and that's going to be done outside of this MDOT contract, but to align with the new cross-section that will be constructed east of Monroe. The timing of the work is scheduled to begin June 9th. Last day of school is June 6th, so we're waiting till after that because Palmer Elementary is at the east end of the project limits, and then we're targeting completion of it before school starts.
Great. Questions, colleagues? I just have a question. This is the second ward. Thanks for that note about kind of the school piece. I know those were questions that we had for some different projects over the last year. Can you talk about all of the entities that we've been engaged with? Like we've been engaged with our Corridor Improvement Authority or Neighborhood Association?
Yeah, there's been significant engagement. There were a few meetings held already, and there will be a construction prep meeting to come before construction starts. But back July of last year, we held the concept design meeting where we come to the residents and the area businesses and propose, here's what we're looking at as far as implementation of the bike action plan and as far as what improvements we're planning. Received feedback at that meeting, then came back in November with a preferred design meeting, and at both of those meetings had good participation. But mailers have been sent out, and again, there will be another meeting to be held before the start of construction.
Great. Thanks. I just wanted to highlight kind of, I think that was some of the conversation we had is, we're planning these like a year in advance. We had our commission night out meetings. I know this was, I believe, one of the highlighted projects that evening because I talked to some individuals about it. And then, not too far away is, Briggs Park. And so kind of thinking about, the summer activation as well in that corridor. So thanks for highlighting that, Mr. Berkman.
Sure.
Hearing no other questions, all those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. The next item is a resolution awarding a contract with Fedwa, Inc. for Alger Reservoir External Cleaning and Painting 2025 in the amount of $100,700 with a total amount not to exceed $197,050.
Support.
Moved and supported.
So a complete maintenance inspection was performed back in 2022 of this 5 million gallon reservoir of the water system. That inspection identified maintenance items that needed to take place, as well as some repairs and alterations to meet Eagle's new requirements, the state's requirements. Work items include cleaning and coating of the exterior primarily, but then modifications of roof vent, new roof handrail sections, foundation repair, among other items. We received 6 bids for this project, with the low bid being provided by Fedwa in the amount of $100,700. The others ranged as high as $367,000. So we got a very favorable, good bid price, well under the engineer's estimate of $423,000. So seeking your approval of the award to Fedwa with total expenditures not to exceed $197,050, including a pretty healthy contingency in that as we identify any other needed items that need to be corrected while out there. Financing will come from the water system fund.
Thank you for highlighting the fund. Colleagues, questions? This is the tank that's behind the Croc?
Croc Center.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks for that little geographic note. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item number 6 is a resolution adopting the Drinking Water Revolving Fund Project Planning Document Amendment for fiscal year 2026.
So moved. Support.
Moved and supported, Mr. Berkman.
So the city submitted a drinking water revolving fund project plan, that's a mouthful, in May of 2023, identifying projects for fiscal year 24 all the way through 2028. That plan identified 32 projects throughout the water system service area with an estimated cost of $142 million. That plan was then approved by the state's Department of Environment, Great Lakes and Energy, EGLE. And the significance of that is then it opens the door for those identified projects to qualify for revolving fund loans, which have typically lower interest rates than traditional revenue bonds, as well as principal forgiveness on certain items, which you've heard on many DWRF projects that we've brought to you. We'd like to file an amendment to that plan, which is due by June 1st for fiscal year 2026. The amendment will add additional projects, including an additional $1 million per year for lead service line replacements, water main replacements on Berkshire, Giddings, Shangri-La, Wealthy, Millbank, Jefferson, and Plymouth, and the limits of each of those segments are detailed in the memo of this agenda packet. The projects identified are in areas where the city's asset management program has indicated the greatest need for work and also aligns with the city's plans to improve road surface conditions. So we're trying to time those improvements together, of course. These projects have an estimated cost of $9.25 million, which would bring the total estimated work cost for fiscal year 26 to just over $25 million. So seeking your formal approval of this amendment, which will then allow us to move on to submittal to the state ahead of their June 1st deadline.
Questions, colleagues?
Is this additional amount in our current budget that we're reviewing then as well?
It is. In fact, I saw it referenced just this morning, but Water System Manager Jernberg's here to elaborate.
Yes. So when we submitted last year for drinking water revolving fund loans, the projects that were strictly Grand Rapids scored better than when we had projects that were integrated, which involved multiple communities. We've changed our focus going into 26, knowing that these Grand Rapids only projects score better. So that's why you see all of these that are in our FY26 budget as well as in this project plan amendment.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Jernberg. Hearing no other questions, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item number 7 is a resolution scheduling a public hearing for June 10th, 2025 to consider a commemorative street designation at Madison Avenue Southeast and Elger Street Southeast as Dr. Melinda Sapp Way.
So moved. Support.
Moved and supported. Mr. Berkman?
So this is the first of two items on your agenda regarding commemorative street name designations that are being requested. This request came to you from Pastor Rory Marshall in the Lighthouse Full Life Center Church to designate the intersection of Madison and Alger as Dr. Melinda Sapp Way. Dr. Sapp passed away following a battle with cancer in September of 2010. Along with her husband, Dr. Sapp founded the Lighthouse Full Life Center, which is located at the southwest corner of this intersection. The request letter, which is included as an attachment to this agenda item in the packet, goes on to detail Dr. Sapp's contributions to the community through her ministry and as an educator and counselor. So the resolution before you establishes the public hearing that will be held at your June 10th commission meeting for any who wish to make comment on that proposal. And then also per the policy, we've notified, or we will be notifying all those property owners adjacent to the intersection of the hearing date of June 10th as well.
Questions, colleagues? I'll just add, I pass by this intersection pretty much every day, multiple times a day. I think, I'll look forward to the public hearing, but I think many of us who've lived in Grand Rapids our whole life are familiar with the contributions of Dr. Melinda Sapp and the fellowship and work of the church as well. So, all right, hearing no other comments, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Next is a resolution scheduling a public hearing for June 10th, 2025 to consider a commemorative street designation at Umatilla Street Southeast as Amelia Penn Way.
So moved. Support.
Moved and supported.
This request comes to you from Corey Penn, the father of Amelia Penn, to commemoratively designate that segment of Umatilla between Madison and Union as Amelia Penn Way. As you know, Amelia was tragically killed on Umatilla near Madison in June of 2024 while playing football with friends. He was 15. He had grown up in the area, staying with his grandmother in the nearby neighborhood, and his family has circulated a petition in support of this request to honor his memory. I know representatives from Seeds of Promise are in the audience here today in support of this as well. Just want to note that the original street name signage, as well as the intersection with the proposed Dr. Melinda Sapp Way, remain the same as far as navigation purposes and addressing, but commemorative is a designation that goes along with that. So this resolution sets a public hearing for your June 10th meeting, and as I mentioned in the other one, all owners of the properties adjacent to this street segment will be notified of that hearing by mail as well.
Comments or questions, colleagues?
I have more of a process question. Folks have reached out to me on the early end of getting this process going, so happy to see it here being scheduled for a public hearing. Are those folks notified every step of the way? Like, do they know that this is kind of coming in front of us right now and next month, that we're so close to the finish line?
So what we do in these cases is communicate directly with the requester. So Mr. Penn is aware of the schedule as this is proceeding. But then there's notification, mailed out individually, but then we also have to advertise it in a newsprint source as far as the actual hearing itself. So that notification will be more widely publicized.
Okay. Thank you. Excited to see both of these.
Thank you. I'll just add, street designation is certainly, a small way to remember such a young life taken, and I hope that it also can serve as a little bit of comfort to the family and as somebody who is still waiting to find out who killed a family member. I hope that this can also bring forward those who have more information as well. Just another opportunity to keep talking about this, so thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Our last item of today is a resolution setting Tuesday, May 20th, 2025, 2 p.m. as the date of the public hearing for the City Commission to sit as the Board of Review to hear appeals on Special Assessment Roll 8796 for Uptown Business Improvement District.
So moved.
Support.
Moved in support. Ms. Chesterford?
Good morning. Back in March 25th, the City Commission declared a necessity for the special assessment roll for the Business Improvement District. So the Assessor's Office sent notices out on April 4th, and this item is to set the public hearing to hear appeals so the City Commission can sit as a Board of Review to hear those appeals.
Questions, colleagues?
Do you have an idea of how many businesses were in this review?
It's about 300 that are affected, and I think the total roll is about 157,000.
Thank you. Hearing no other questions, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. With that, our meeting is now adjourned at 9:16. Thank you.
Calling the meeting of Committee of the Whole to order, and we are going to start. We don't do attendance, right? Okay, we're going to start by discussing a resolution recommending the approval by the Liquor Control Commission of a new social district.
So moved.
Support.
Great. Who do we have to discuss this, City Manager?
So this is a business on the west side on Leonard, a rehabilitated building for Pickle and Pin, up and operating, and they're asking to have so they're part of the, I believe, the West Grand Social District, and so this will allow them to, you can move containers within the social district and allow them to be part of that program.
So if I could ask a question, are we essentially stretching a pre-existing social district that's by the Mitten, another?
No, the district is already, this is just a permit within the district.
Ah, gotcha. Okay, any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Passes. That brings us on to a resolution to honor Commissioner Usasi's request to attend the National Association of Latino and Elected and Appointed Officials Conference. Again,
So moved. Support.
Great. We are generally pretty affirming of people's going to such things. I don't know if there's any need for presentation on this. Commissioner Usasi, if you want to say something, you can.
Thank you, Mayor. I think it'd be helpful since we have some new colleagues, and so I appreciate, I think, myself and Commissioner Knight and Commissioner Perdue last year, just, kind of what are the processes available for both local bodies and national bodies, and so I don't know that we've landed on a policy, but I've had the chance to go to the MML conference, which is local, and then this is a national conference that I'd like to go forth, and this is happening in Atlanta in July. So very similar to like NFBPA, our Latino network, and so just an opportunity to connect with other Latino elected officials across the country. Thank you.
Great. Any conversation about this? Seeing no fraught conversation, I'll ask for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, motion carries. Great. That brings us to our briefings, and at the request of the city manager, I'm going to invert the posted order there so that we can make sure that we give our full time and attention and the appropriate amount of attention to the budget.
Yep.
So,
Thank you, Mayor. And just for clarification, I've got a couple of comments about the neighborhood investment plan. We had community members here today, and some of you have thought it would be on the agenda today. We have still not received our confirmation of federal funding approval, and so we moved that item from anticipation to the next meeting, and so that's when that item should be on the agenda if all goes well. So relative to the budget today, we'll begin by saying we are 3/4 of the way through. And have had substantive conversation. And today we'll preview several sections, the remaining sections of the budget we'll go over. Can I have a remote control, please? No one's there. Thank you. We'll preview several sections of the budget. Last week we talked about mobility, vital streets, infrastructure around health and environment, and stormwater, and we discussed some aspects of safe community to include, you heard from police and fire. Today, what I'd like to do is continue our budget conversation. We'll pick up a little bit with safe community, and I'll mention some highlights from the fire department budget, just a couple of details I wanted to clarify, and then hear from our Office of Public Accountability. I'll ask now, if we could, to have the people who are presenting on economic prosperity and affordability also come to the table, Ms. Behrens, Ranero, and Bergman. Ms. Tim Kelly, rather, not Mr. Bergman, to come, because what we'll do is we'll go straight through Safe Community and EPA, then we'll pause and see what questions you may have, and then after that, we'll come back and do the balance of these sections on governmental excellence, engaged and connected. Next slide, please. So I've already covered this. Next. And again, we are remaining consistent with our values that we have adopted as a city, along with our governmental our priorities for our organization, and based on the focus areas, next slide, that was shared at both the fall retreat as well as the early winter retreat in February. We have included all that in forming this budget. So real quickly, one item relative to safe community from the fire department. I wanted to clarify this because I've had, next slide, several conversations about fire department staffing, and I want to talk a little bit about a look back and then what's in this year's budget. So in fiscal year 24, the fire department was experiencing a significant accumulation of overtime costs, and such that it was as part of the cost of overtime was due to staffing, and so our lack of staffing. So we added 13 positions, 13 firefighters, fiscal year 24, 1.8 million, almost $2 million, to address the overtime issue. And in this year's budget, their overtime is within target, within budget. In fiscal year 25, we added 10 positions to help support some of the capital projects. We were opening fire stations. We need firefighters to open it. And there were 10 grant-funded positions that was approved last year, federally funded. And that grant funding is only until February 28. At that time, the general fund will have to pick the cost back up. So we got a future cost of about $1.4 million a year. This year, and this is important, in fiscal year 26, as I presented the budget, towards the end of the budget, there were 4 grant positions that were expired, that were not continued, that required city commission approval. These grant positions also are expiring, but because we agreed to build fire stations, and we're building the fire stations, we assumed the operational continuity. So it was a continuation of services and not one that we accepted a grant to begin with and we never intended to continue. When we accepted this grant, we knew that it was only helping us to offset costs, deferring costs. So I'm pointing out to your attention that in this budget, there are 8 firefighter positions currently staffed that will no longer be grant funded, but that will begin to be funded by the general fund. That's an additional cost of $1.1 million a year. So I want to make sure that I'm crystal clear with the commission as well as the fire department on what's in this budget. Next slide, please. So again, we heard from both fire and police last week, and I asked OPA to come and have some talk about the highlights relative to oversight and public accountability. I'm pleased to have Director Brandon Davis. And after he presents, we'll hear from Ms. Behrens, Ms. Renero, and Mr. Kelly on economic prosperity and affordability.
Thank you, City Manager, and good morning to the Mayor and Commission. So I have the privilege of talking about the Office of Oversight and Public Accountability, which I'm always excited to do. You see our mission statement there, which is through targeted change, accountability, restorative justice, empowerment, and engagement. OPA will help create and improve just outcomes and respectful relationships between public safety and community. We do that utilizing our values, which align with the city's values. That's transparency, responsibility, unity, equity, and justice. When we talk about that change, accountability, restorative justice, and empowerment and engagement, we use the acronym, and some of you have heard us say this before, CARE Plus, right? And that's the way we approach doing the work of increasing accountability and transparency. Our long-term goal or vision, if you will, is to get to that space of respectful relationships. But we really see our work at this stage as building a foundation, cleaning up a foundation so we can build to trust. You don't start at trust. You start at a foundation that can get you there. So when we talk about change, we're talking about policy, policy work. That's where OPA works with community and with city departments to look at policy, evaluate policy, and say, first, is this policy equitable? Is it necessary? Does it help move forward the city, what the city says we want to do? And does it align with what we hear from community? And then in addition to that, that accountability part, that A in that care model is really the traditional space where you think about police accountability or accountability for a fire department. That's where we do audits or reviews of cases related to questions that have been raised regarding police officers or firefighters. When we talk about restorative justice, we talk about restorative justice as it relates to restoring the justice system. So we think about the harm that's been caused by the justice system historically, and we say, how can we help move that forward? Because in the city's strategic plan, it says that we want to do what's in our inside our scope of influence to help fix the harm that's been caused by the justice system. That's when you think about the work we do with our expungement program and things of that nature, which actually just happened a couple of weeks ago. I'm excited to talk to you about that as well. Under an empowerment and engagement, we worked with community to build out these terms, and we went back and forth about the word empowerment, but landed at the fact that it was necessary to include because we want to engage with community, but we also want them to feel empowered to stand up for their own civil rights, and we do that by helping to provide education and for them to understand what their role is in the system. Okay, so when we look at our staffing here for OPA, we have my position, the managing director position, and then there's an executive assistant. There's also an investigations manager, and there's a justice analyst built in as well. So this is what reflects for this current budget. And when we get to Horizon Topics, we'll talk more about it. But currently, as of this fiscal year, we also have another justice analyst position grant funded. And because that grant is running out, it is not reflected on this staffing chart at this time. When we look at OPA's budget, it's just under $2.5 million. The bulk of that money, around 1.54, is for the police department's Axon body camera contract. So OPA has fiscal responsibility and management of that body camera contract, or really of the Axon suite contract. This is something that's unique in Grand Rapids. It's not something that we see across the nation. The good part of that is that we're able to look at that process and to make sure that the things that we're hearing from community, the things that community is concerned about, are considered through that process of deciding what company will be responsible or that we'll be partnering with to provide those services. So that's there. Then the next largest part of our budget is for those staff positions. There's about $269,000 in programming, and then there's other city expenses like our IT charges and building expenses that are also included. So I'll talk a little bit about our Know Your Rights program. And when we talk about the expenses for OPA's program, most of the expenses are in the staff work. Staff really works, and I'm so grateful for my staff that works incredibly hard to make sure that our community has what they're asking for, which are programs like this and opportunities like this. So OPA has a first of its kind Know Your Rights program that some of you have heard us talk about before, but it's really, we approach Know Your Rights differently than other communities. How do we do it? We have the traditional Know Your Rights program that's just designed to say, hey, come in, we'll teach you what your rights and responsibilities are. We take the approach of, we're not trying to tell you what to do. We just want you to have the information necessary so that you can make an informed decision when you're interacting with police or in any other space. So we spend time on that. But what really made our program unique was not that we did the OPA or, how to navigate civilian oversight. That was a great process. But what really made it unique is the work we did with our refugee and immigrant communities. And what we recognize is that when immigrants and refugees come into the city of Grand Rapids or anywhere coming from another country, the laws are different. And when you come in with a different understanding of the law, oftentimes we say, here are your rights and responsibilities without the context of understanding the difference between the country of origin and what the laws are here in the city of Grand Rapids or in the state of Michigan. So we spend time developing programming with communities saying, hey, help us understand what the laws in your country of origin, and we compare that to what happens here and move forward in that way. So that's our Know Your Rights program. What's exciting about that is 93% of participants have given great feedback related to it, and 96% participants recommended to other people. The next thing is our OPA Project Clean Slate expungement program, which I know the mayor is very familiar with because of the legislation that allowed us to do this great work here. But what we did was we transitioned from a single event, which was, so a couple of weeks ago on May 3rd, we had our expungement fair for this year. Our expungement fair gets rave reviews. And, I got to shout out the staff who worked so hard to put this together. But community members come out. And I'll share a brief story. So this year, got to the expungement fair. Again, it's one of my two favorite days of work every year. One is the expungement fair and one is neighborhood summit. Love working on those days, but got to the expungement fair and we had some volunteers, and I recognized one of the volunteers. Didn't know why I recognized the volunteer. Sometime throughout the day, they were working really hard, running around, connecting with everybody, having an amazing time at the event. And they stopped me and they said, "Do you remember me?" I said, "No." And this person said, "Well, last year I was here to get my record expunged." And the process went so well with me. I felt like it was such an amazing experience that I had to be a part of helping other people in community get their records expunged. And it was one of those moments that, you got to hold the tears back. But it was an amazing moment because that's what we're trying to do. We're helping people change their lives, and then they have the opportunity to help others change their lives as well. So nearly 400 people were screened and assisted at the expungement fair, but that doesn't even speak to the number of people who come in on a daily basis that we're able to support and give even more in-depth support in this space. We also have our community informed training. The community informed training program is a $75,000 investment in this budget. But when we talk about this program, what it is we work with members of community. They come and say, "Hey, we want our voices to be elevated in our public safety work." And our strategic plan, the city strategic plan, says this is what we want to do, and this is one of the ways we do it. So we partner with community. They say this is the type of thing we believe that our officers or our firefighters need to be trained in. We want them to think about the difference between conviction and connection. We want them to think about the heart space, which is where a lot of people are coming from. We want to talk about, the culture of gangs and not just the result of what gangs do. So what we do is we sit down with that community member and they assist to the extent they desire. They could come in and say, "Hey, here's my idea. Now you all build it out." Or they can come in and say, "Here's my idea, and I want to be a part of building out every stage of this and a part of presenting it." And we help them do that. So here's a list of some of the trainings that were offered over the last fiscal year. We have our I Am the Dream Civil Rights Youth Academy. That's a $6,000 investment, and we've been offering a cohort annually. We are prepping for our 2026 fall cohort. Again, this is where we work with middle schoolers. We create a cohort where they are able to talk about their rights and responsibilities, understand how government works, really get an understanding of the way we navigate systems, like even city commission. And we've partnered both with schools and also with the Boys and Girls Club. So we're looking forward to what that'll look like in this fall. For our immigrant and refugee engagement, in addition to our Know Your Rights programming and how we assist in that space, we also partner and created relationships with 30 immigrant and refugee-led organizations where we work to remove barriers to economic opportunities or by helping them create programs or existing programs. We support them in those different spaces, and it's really one of those spaces where we say, how can we help you? What is it that you need in order to feel a sense of belonging in this community, and how can we help you navigate that space? So there are unique ways that we navigate that. For some people that have been on commission for a while, you may remember that a few years back, we were able to help fund driving instruction for new immigrants. And I thought it was important to kind of give an update on that. Since that time, we were told that over 300 individuals were helped getting their license through that simulator support that we provided. All right, that brings us to another space in the OPA world, which is the civilian portion of our violence reduction and interruption work. And it's always important that we point out the fact that we know we don't do this work alone, right? The Grand Rapids Police Department and community partners and so many people both inside the city and outside the city do work in this space, and we're grateful for it. OPA is excited and grateful for the opportunity to help lead the civilian part of this work. Recently, we received a $2 million grant from the federal government. This is a community-based violence intervention and prevention grant. It's a 3-year grant. And we're currently in the process of recruiting a violence reduction manager who will lead this portion of the work. And this grant is also going to be used to support Cure Violence. So we'll be able to support our Cure Violence work that we're already doing, but also be able to support some new program. And what the grants allow us to do are to really build out some individual programs at the community, at the micro community level, right? So a neighborhood will say, hey, here's what we want to do for violence reduction in our community. Here's how we think we can do it. And we'll have staff that will be able to say, all right, we can walk alongside you to help you build this and to help you walk out that program. And so we're excited and grateful for the grant support from both W.K. Kellogg and from the federal government to do that. We talk about some of the other expenses related to violence reduction and intervention. That's our contract with Cure Violence Grand Rapids. Implementing agency being the Urban League at $500,000. Cure Violence Global, which provides training and technical assistance for that. Essentially, they're the parent company for the Cure Violence model, and that's at $125,000 annually. And then also our summer youth programming, which is $35,000. And again, there's summer youth programming in our community's children, also in parks. This is the portion that OPA works with. We'll provide a fuller update related to these programs at public safety, the next public safety meeting. But what I will say is that we worked with Night Quest, which was through Life Quest Church last year, and we also worked with City Vibes, which was a partnership between GRPS and the Urban League and also GVSU. And both of those programs are coming back this summer, so we're excited about that. But we're adding a new initiative that I think I'm excited to talk about it. And Mr. Jones is actually here today. But we're partnering with Mr. DeAndre Jones to do an esports initiative here as one of our violence prevention efforts. So we're excited about what that looks like, and that's also going to be in partnership with GRPS. So we've talked a lot about Cure Violence, but just a reminder on how the model works. So it works really through three prongs. It's detecting and interrupting the transmission of violence, changing the behavior of the highest potential transmitters, and changing community norms. So this slide talks about the target areas. So the thing about Cure Violence is it does work within target areas. And we have discussed this previously, but we worked in partnership with the police department to identify the right areas, right? So we brought in the experts from Cure Violence, also our local experts being the police department, and we navigated what should those target areas be, and essentially this shows what that is. And as far as results from Cure Violence GR has engaged over 2,628 individuals. Those are interactions that led to violence detections or interruptions in 2024. 270 interactions that led to identification and treatment of high-risk individuals. 374 interactions that led to mediations with key individuals involved in other conflicts. And then 126 community engagement events during that time, which include family support, basketball summer tournaments, graduation proms, whatever it is that people need assistance with. Moving forward, Cure Violence has been able to assist in that way. So as we transition to our Horizon topics, well, one of those topics is the transition of grant-funded positions to the general fund. So OPA has been supported, and we're grateful for the support of the W.K. Kellogg Foundation. Since the time the OPA has been created, the staff positions that were added were through that support. Those were those justice analyst positions. Those positions assist with the amazing programming and efforts that we've been able to talk about today. And in order for us to move forward with that, it's important that we're able to keep that continuity of services. One thing I will say, beyond the individuals that are filling those positions, the work that is coming out of those positions is amazing work. And we continue to hear from community how appreciative they are for the efforts that are being provided. You know, oftentimes the conversation is, could somebody else do it? I think the answer is there's always somebody else that can do some of this work. But the work that is being done here is helping people to first see that the city of Grand Rapids cares about the harm that's been caused in this space, that the city of Grand Rapids is committed to making change and to making a difference in this space, that the city of Grand Rapids is not only enforcing, when there's a violation of the law, but is helping people to get back in a space where they can move forward well, both with accountability and justice. So we're grateful to be able to be that part of the city that's leading that part of the work. Another Horizon topic is jurisdiction and access. So OPA's access mirrors currently the access that is provided to the Civilian Appeals Board. Something that we've continued to talk about. It is our belief and desire that the work allows us to have greater access to police records in order to do a better job as it relates to both accountability and transparency, and to align with what it is that we hear community asking us for. A couple of other Horizon topics that aren't on the screen, but I want to make sure that I mention is a case management system. OPA is currently working on on acquiring a case management system. What's great about the system that we're looking at currently is that the system is outward facing. So it'll allow community members to better track complaints that come in, to be able to look at on a real time basis, hey, I filed this complaint. What stage of the process is it at? What is the next step? By just typing in the number that they're given, it also will allow us to better track data that comes in, the number of complaints that are coming in. We'll be able to separate that by demographic data. I've been able to look across the country, and it's the premier services being used by civilian oversight agencies across the country right now. So we're excited about that and believe it's going to be increased customer service for our community. The last thing that I wanted to make sure that I mentioned on Horizon Topics is outstanding reports, or reports that Commission should expect. And I understand there's been some questions around some of that. So one of the reports that we should expect coming up in the second half of the year, right? So the beginning of the fiscal year will be the updated surveillance report. That will be for fiscal year 25. Fortunately, we have increased the cadence of when we'll be able to get that report out. So we expect that to come. Again, in the second half of this year, we also will have the Civilian Appeals Board report. So the Civilian Appeals Board is the board that has the ability to review decisions of the Internal Affairs Department. Again, that's based off of a specific jurisdiction in City Commission Policy 800-02. And there will be a report regarding that. And that report will also include the total number of complaints that have come in and been processed by our Internal Affairs Division. And lastly, the traffic stop study. So we know there was initially there were traffic stop studies that occurred some time ago, the last traffic stop study being in 2017. That traffic stop study really looked at the minority traffic compared to the number of minority stops. OPA made a commitment to update that traffic stop study. Our plan was to have that update done this fiscal year. We did not have that traffic stop study done this fiscal year, however, and the major reason for that is because there are some certain data points that we are working to get, certain data points that weren't regularly collected by police, but I was able to connect with the police chief and also with his staff, and we're working on ways to get that. So my expectation is that we should be able to have that again by the end of this calendar year. That's based on when we get the information, so understand that there may be some changes in dates there, but that's our goal. Thank you for the opportunity to provide this update.
Thank you. All right, so moving on to the strategic plan outcome area of economic prosperity and affordability. The investment there shown on your screen is not including the number of Corridor Improvement Authority and Business Improvement Districts that you are going to also hear about as part of today's presentation. Those budgets add another $35.2 million to this outcome area. And I want to just flag that represents kind of the leading edge, or the most obvious way that we think about our budget with respect to supporting the efforts under this strategic outcome area. As I started sort of listing out the departments whose work, whether it's in planning or financing or staff review or expertise, that actually contribute to the programs I'm going to talk about, it's literally every department. So I just want to acknowledge that you're seeing a snapshot here, the leading edge of that work, but many departments contribute, and many other organizations, candidly, contribute to a culture and an ethic in Grand Rapids to continually be looking for ways to allow people to grow and thrive in this community. I just wanted to provide a quick overview of the strategic plan with respect to this outcome area. So what you see here are the 5 objectives that were identified back when the strategic plan was last updated as major areas of focus over the next couple years in terms of, again, investment and staff work and partnership with those across the community. As this is generally speaking a continuation budget, I just flagged there a number of programs that will continue across those departments that I referenced that we aren't particularly zeroing in on today, but just wanted to flag that we are continuing at essentially current service levels, a number of the programs and supports that those in the community have come to rely on.
Now diving into the Commission's focus areas, so in addition to those objectives and strategies that we lay out in the strategic plan, each year the Commission has an opportunity to provide the manager with feedback on your particular focus areas. And so as we look at the investments in this budget, really want to connect the dots between those investments and the Commission focus areas. So first is Community Master Plan implementation. So as you are aware, the city has embarked on extensive engagement process with our community about the vision, the 20-year vision called the Community Master Plan, which the Commission adopted earlier this year and which now we get about implementing. So as you recall reading those strategies and policies, there's a number of collective efforts in there. But there are a number of things that directly influence the work that we do day to day. First and foremost of that really is our zoning code. So the Community Master Plan speaks to not only public investment, but also private investment. Where are we looking for that growth? What kind of growth are we looking for? How does that development fit into the neighborhoods that we already have? How are we going to get around? And how do those private development projects contribute to all of those objectives? So the zoning code is the key way of implementing that part of the vision, and this budget continues an investment in implementation of that work at $150,000. We do anticipate additional investment in fiscal year 27. And as part of that, there will be continuing engagement, probably zeroing in on task force and neighborhood associations and all of those folks that are involved in development and redevelopment, but also looking at different products and platforms to convey the zoning code information to the users. So there are some really cool products out there that we are hoping this investment allows us to tap into that will take a non-intuitive subject and hopefully make it more intuitive and more accessible to people who are looking at doing smaller projects within their ownership. So moving on next to another key focus area for the City Commission, all around housing and homelessness response. So of course, we know that we have a need for additional housing units that is large and that we are continually looking for ways to unlock the ability to produce those units at all ends of the affordability spectrum and both rental and ownership. When we presented to the Commission in November of last year, we talked about thinking about the ways that we support that work in a couple of different categories. One was regulatory. We just talked about that a little bit. One is direct investments or incentives. So this slide talks to the details in the preliminary budget about those direct investments and incentives. The manager just noted that we are awaiting final confirmation of the numbers that you see here for the housing and community development programs. You also implemented the expanded payment in lieu of taxes or pilot program earlier this year, and we are putting in place the implementation framework necessary for folks to take advantage of that for the next tax year. So the community development staff is working fast and furious on that. More to come as we implement more of that work. We also continue incentives and direct investments through our brownfield authority. That is particularly the brownfield housing TIF that allows for some support for housing affordability that was expanded in the last couple of years. And finally, the Economic Development Department, working with the Brownfields Authority and others, have really amped up the emerging developer grant opportunities through those funds and really giving out some significant support. Again, that's not only getting units online, but it is also creating more of a pipeline of people who are able to produce units. So that is part of the equation as well, as just having people in the building trades and developers who are able to access capital and actually able to produce those units. In addition to those direct investments, as we talked about in November, we lend effort and expertise across a number of other initiatives that are designed to both address housing and homelessness response. So here we have staff who are subject matter experts who participate with our Grand Rapids Area Coalition to End Homelessness, whether it's on their committees around coordinated entry or street outreach or in leadership positions. In addition, We support Housing Kent, which is a backbone organization bringing together, I think, literally hundreds of organizations that are somehow involved in helping people move from housing instability to house by choice. And we, again, participate in their committees. This budget continues a contract with Housing Kent to help them implement their priority projects across that spectrum. The community development, indigent defense work really has led to some creative cross effort. So our community indigent defense folks are present at specialty courts, some of which are focused on helping people either maintain housing even as they go through the criminal justice process, or actually get folks who need it into the system so that they can be matched with housing resources. So again, trying to find many ways to be a housing first community. We continue to a number of other efforts, including expanding our local land bank. Again, the Commission initiated that in fiscal year 25, and we continue to get the grounding policies in place for that body and expect to be able to engage with the community much more on, I think, as it was Commissioner Perdue said, the North Star for that organization and how we really leverage those land bank assets to help the communities where those properties are located. So that will be a focus of our Commission Night Out in July. Moving on to the next bucket of Economic Development Commission focus areas, we have neighborhood corridor support and small business support. So again, pretty bread and butter work of the Economic Development Department, but also many other departments who lend their support for these programs. This slide just confirms the budget amounts that exist for a number of the programs that we have successfully been working with or partnering with folks on over the last several years. So we're continuing some of those programs. This slide is just a roll-up slide, and really this portion of the budget presentation is how the city supports neighborhood corridor improvement authorities and business improvement districts. Ms. Raniero and Mr. Kelly are going to go into more detail about each of those authorities themselves, their budget and their areas of focus. But just want to flag that through the city's budget, we do dedicate roughly 1 FTE general fund funded towards supporting corridor improvement authorities and business improvement districts. And it has been a focus of the Commission to see if there are different ways that we could support those authorities to help them be more efficient. And this budget does not increase resources in that regard. We simply, with all of the competing resource needs across departments, did not believe that a continued additional general fund funded support was the right way to go, and we are recommending that we use the early parts of fiscal year 2026 to develop a fee-for-service model, talking to the authorities and business improvement districts, building out a couple different alternatives of fees. This is very typical in many of our other Smart Zone, for example. There is a fee-for-service model. It is authorized under the state statute, and some of the authorities currently do contract with their funds for corridor improvement managers. We believe, after talking to many of the authorities and their leadership, that there could be some sort of citywide investment through a fee that would cross the themes across many of those authorities and allow them to reduce their reliance on corridor improvement authorities. So sort of a efficiency of scale, if you will, investment, but we will be looking forward to engaging with the authorities in more detail about that in the coming months. All right, moving on to additional budgetary investments in this outcome area is the Third Ward Equity Fund. So this fiscal year 2026 budget continues the investment at the $1 million level, which was consistent with fiscal year 2025. What you see on the screen there are the investment areas that have been the focus of fiscal year 2025 and that we would recommend continue to be areas of focus for fiscal year 2026. So the arrow across the bottom of those 4 areas sort of represents the level of complexity and level of effort necessary to administer the funds appropriately. And that largely comes from the state constitutional and other legal limitations on the public funds and what we can use them for. So there is, when we get to small business support, less latitude on how to use those funds in order to ensure that they are not primarily for private benefit. So for example, programs that you're familiar with, facade improvement type programs, are specifically not authorized for general taxpayer dollars. Now, they can be done by corridor improvement authorities because they have specific statutory authority granted by the state legislature, but generally speaking, general taxpayer dollars can't be used for those things. So that is something that will be, the small business support bucket in particular is something that will be sort of a case-by-case assessment of what is and is not authorized. Generally speaking, we can use funds to support affordable housing in exchange for covenants about affordability and duration of time that those units remain affordable. We could set up programs, for example, that would allow for the Third Ward Equity Fund to pay for permit fees, either for certain types of investments or within certain areas of the Third Ward. Our fee ordinance doesn't allow full-on waiver, so essentially it would be a different funding source for certain types of development in order to meet commission investment objectives. And we are also able to appropriate funds to the Brownfield Authority and then contract with them to distribute those funds to projects in the Third Ward. So, but it is relatively limited and not quite as expansive or the types of investments that you see through corridor improvement authorities. So for fiscal year 25, just a quick reminder, there is infrastructure investment, always straightforward in terms of can the public spend funds on these things. And in fiscal year 25, there are a couple rapid flashing beacons being installed. Cultural arts is also a pretty traditional and straightforward area to invest public funds. Fiscal year 25 is focused on the Third Ward Cultural and Arts Tour. For fiscal year 26, we don't anticipate a significant amount of investment to continue that work. There may be a modest investment for certain platforms to be maintained or to add certain sites, but not anticipating significant additional investment there. Youth programming, again, in some of the areas we've already trod that ground. So we have Our Community's Children. We have summer youth programming with other partners in the community. We have contracts for those. We know how to administer those contracts. So again, something that we are investing in fiscal year 25, and if successful, would recommend continuing in fiscal year 26. And then that small business support, I sort of started with that. And we are looking at finalizing the ways that we're going to use the fiscal year 25 investment, and again, would recommend targeted investment there, maybe to a somewhat lesser extent over the infrastructure investment and youth programming, depending on how this year goes. So I know that we are looking for some feedback, but we'll continue to use our economic development project team and other venues to keep the commission apprised of where those investments are headed. All right, and then the last sort of focus area for the commission with respect to this particular outcome area is around placemaking and transformational projects and driving visitors and that destination economy. And so there's a lot going on in this particular bucket and has been for a couple of years. So you see this budget really continuing a lot of major projects that have just started coming out of the ground in partnership with DGRI. There's a lot of work now happening, and you're seeing the beginning of that investment in the Grand River Greenway, so connecting that trail through substantial parts of Kent County, but all through downtown and out into Ada Township. And some park projects being enhanced along the way, including Canal Park, which recently broke ground. We have our transformational brownfield projects that are both public and private investments. So again, continuing that work, whether it's in the staff support to continue to review development plans or our capital investments that allow for some of those growth opportunities there in terms of water, sewer, mobility investments that support those major projects. We also persist in the restoration of the Grand River. So we are very, very close to final permitting on the lower reach portion of the project, which generally speaking runs from Bridge Street to Fulton Street and will result in the removal of 4 low head dams and then habitat enhancements and replacement of those dams with more natural features that will look and feel and be rapids. So bringing rapids back to our city, and hopefully, if we aren't able to start work this year, we will be able to start work next year. We just are awaiting that one final federal action that will get us going. And then we have already turned to planning for the Upper Reach. So this is the Upper Reach portion of this project, again, represents significant opportunity for habitat improvement and investment in more natural and accessible recreational opportunities for our community. Most significantly, this brings some federal and international agencies to the table. Great Lakes Fisheries Commission is the entity that has authority over ensuring the ecological integrity of the Great Lakes systems, and sea lamprey, that ugly little creature that you see there on the slide, is a threat to native fish species. And currently our 6th Street Dam, which is 100 years old, is acting like a barrier to sea lamprey getting up into headwaters and important habitat areas. And so as we think about taking that dam out before it fails, we need to replace it with something, hence the partnership across all of these agencies to identify what that looks like. So great opportunity for continued focus on the Grand River and all that that really has already unlocked in terms of our community and investment in our community. And then making these great places is only half of the battle. We actually need to program them and have people want to come to these great spaces and partake of great offerings. So our Office of Special Events continues its mighty work in this regard. So, well over, at this point, 1 million visitors have come back to our city in a variety of special events that are supported by the Office of Special Events and its partner departments and partner organizations. We do continue to see challenges that we have talked to this commission about in the past with the phasing out of federal support dollars that materialized during the pandemic. We have eliminated our special event sponsorship program. We are trying to offset that impact, though, on some of our smaller event planners by investing in education and lunch and learns and other things to help people understand how to move quickly through the process, what to anticipate, what to plan for in terms of costs, and potentially seeking ways to combine events across organizations to lower their costs. We are also making a small investment in this budget on some additional equipment, trailers that will allow event planners to store the things that they borrow, the equipment they borrow from the city overnight. That reduces staff time and overtime potentially to come pick up that equipment at the end of an event. We also will continue to manage through the challenges that are presented by the construction of these big projects. So some of our traditional venues like Anabawan Park and Canal Park, Calder Plaza will be disrupted by construction, and we'll be working with those, already have for many of those locations, working with the community organizers that are used to using those spaces for their events to find alternatives. We also are excited about the reopening of Lion Square, which is a space that is being programmed somewhat differently than the rest of our spaces, with the partners at the CAA taking the lead in calendaring and programming and supporting events in that space. But we're excited to see what that offers for our community in terms of riverfront space. And then finally, just a data slide showing that we do, maybe not unsurprisingly, see a little dip down in the number of events as that sponsorship rolled off. Our budget is coming more in line in terms of expenses with revenues, but we will continue to monitor utilization and events and visitorship number as that continues to be an important piece of our overall economic development strategy. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Ranero and then Mr. Kelly to speak about the authority budgets in more detail.
Thank you. Good morning. So this presentation is broken up into 2 parts. I'm going to tackle the first part that the Economic Development Office administers, which includes the Brownfield Redevelopment Authority, the local Brownfield Revolving Fund, the Economic Development Corporation, the Smart Zone, all 6 of our corridor improvement authorities, the Uptown Business Improvement District, and finally the Land Bank Authority. On the slide packet that you are showing 14 different rows there, but on the slide in front of you it's 15. I was remiss at including the Economic Development Corporation's $129,000 budget, so for awareness. And then Mr. Kelly's going to tackle DGI. I'm going to start with the Brownfield and EDC strategic focus areas. So the Brownfield Redevelopment Authority comprises 26.9 million roughly in appropriations. This will include ongoing administration for almost 100 different redevelopment projects through the life of the program, as well as our implementation of the inclusion plan to build demand for diverse subcontractors. It also, as Ms. Behrens referenced, helps continue to lift up our emerging developer work with those grants, as well as our environmental site assessment grants. And finally, implementing our housing tax increment financing plans with the changes in legislation there. As far as the Economic Development Corporation, this is a $129,000 appropriation. And this funding is mainly comprised of fees from the rest of our incentive tools, which includes mostly abatements. It allows us to fund special projects like the permit-ready plans, which we partnered with the MEDC on, and expand partnership for the Builders Exchange Hub, and specifically the example with Construction Allies in Action. Moving on to our Smart Zone. Our Smart Zone is roughly $2.3 million. This is a continued collaboration with our operators, including Start Garden and Spartan Innovations, to provide incubation and accelerator services to high-tech, high-growth businesses. We strive for an overall goal of 30% of those founders utilizing services being underserved and underrepresented. And we're actually closer to 50% on that number, which is great. We've got an RFP out that closes on May 15th, so please help spread the word for helping us to continue to storytell the great work of the Smart Zone, developing content and highlighting different messaging to raise awareness of that space. And finally, the ongoing support through our accelerator funds, which we've got two different ones, local business accelerator fund, which is a 10-week program that focuses on teaching how to market, how to long-term plan, legal services, et cetera. And then we've also got the Gateway Accelerator that's managed by Spartan Innovations. Skipping to our corridor improvement authorities and our one uptown business improvement district. I just want to categorize this slide broadly by saying that across the districts, the priorities for these budgets mainly comprise of facade improvement programs, streetscape, and capital improvements, business association support, and then corridor management and administration and marketing. And so I was trying to give you a little bit of a smattering of what each of the districts are focused on. I would just highlight a few. For example, like the West Side, have definitely been saving their pennies for the gateway signs, which are a significant part of their budget. We got Michigan Avenue, CIA spending a lot of their dollars on Poutine Week, which hopefully you made it over for that during Art Prize. And finally, South Division focused on the alleyway activations. So again, the highest amount of this bucket is really going to infrastructure. And then finally, our Grand Rapids Land Bank Authority. This is really an administrative budget of $141,000, making up maintenance costs, our listing of these properties on e-properties, as well as our legal services. I've included the mission there at the top. Again, our focus here is to create positive economic outcomes in the city by acting as a conduit to ensure quality land management of vacant, abandoned, foreclosed, blighted, or otherwise unproductive real property to support highest and best uses. And the only other thing I'd like to mention there is that we have a disposition policy. Over the next year, I anticipate more strategy around an acquisition policy in conjunction with a newer member board, and also expanding more of our community engagement efforts. With that, I'll hand it over to Mr. Kelly.
Thank you, Ms. Rainero. Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners. Great to see you. I'm going to give you an overview of the proposed budgets for the Downtown Grand Rapids Incorporated Managed Boards. Before I get into the numbers, did want to just spend a quick moment reminding you of the structure of Downtown Grand Rapids, Inc. So DGRI is a 501c3, has a 16-member board of advisors, which includes city manager as well as the mayor. And the organization has service agreements in place with the Downtown Development Authority, the Downtown Improvement District, as well as the Monroe North Tax Increment Finance Authority to serve as their professional staff. So those three boards are mayoral appointed. The mayor also serves on both the DDA and the TIFA, Monroe North TIFA. I'm going to do my best to not over-acronym you in this one, but sometimes it's a force of habit. As you probably know, each of those boards have their own defined geography they can operate within and statutorily defined projects that they can fund within those boundaries. And then in addition to those public boards, DGRI is also currently incubating the Grand River Network as well as Art Prize. Not shown, but integral to the work that we are doing are our various committees and volunteer groups, which include the Downtown Neighbor Network, our Citizen Alliance, and 20 or so project committees that advise us on projects, programs, and budgets. The core areas of our work under the DGRI umbrella, which are identified in our master plan GR Forward, include economic development, planning and design, public infrastructure investment, activation and engagement in downtown public spaces that we do a lot of partnership with the city on, and then day-to-day enhanced maintenance beyond what is already carried out by the city of Grand Rapids. To carry out that work, the boards, by working with DGRI staff, develop 5-year priority plans and annual budgets. Those budgets were reviewed and recommended by each of the board to the City Commission at their most recent meetings. You see the rolled up amounts here. Did want to emphasize on the point that the funding is used to implement over 100 programs and projects throughout downtown. And so for the year ahead, a lot of those initiatives are things that have been worked on for many years. Beginning with the DDA, that will include ongoing partnerships with the disability advocates of Kent County, continued funding for the downtown ambassadors, funding for events and activations like World of Winter, Return to the River, as well as Relax at Rosa, small business support and grants to activate ground floor commercial spaces, as well as support for capital projects like Lions Square, the Acrisure Amphitheater, Van Andel Arena Alley, and safety improvements near Jefferson and State. In addition, the DDA is prioritizing funding for the downtown community garden over on the west side, Heartside quality of life initiatives, including helping to improve the infrastructure and food access in the Heartside neighborhood, business association support for our various business districts that overlap within our DDA and other boundaries, funding to support the redesign of Calder Plaza and move that project into construction along with the city. Improvements at the I-96 underpass that connects the Monroe North neighborhood to the Michigan State University and Grand Rapids Innovation Partners property right there at Monroe and Michigan. Programming over at our Less Conscious futsal courts, which is getting underway here in the spring, as well as continued funding to support the DASH service in and around downtown. Switching now to the Monroe North Tax Increment Finance Authority. This area, if you're not familiar with it, is it's relatively small in the Monroe North area, so generally running between Coldbrook and the 6th Street Bridge. They are a contributor to the DASH, given that there are several stops in the neighborhood. And they're also looking to complete improved crossings on Monroe Avenue. But the bulk of their funding in the year ahead, just over 60% of their budget, is devoted to the Canal Street Park construction improvements. That board has been actively engaged in that work for several years, and we're excited to celebrate the groundbreaking with many of you just a few weeks ago. And then finally, the Downtown Improvement District. As a reminder, this is an assessment paid by property owners within the Downtown Improvement District area. They are moving into the 3rd and final year of their authorization plan. And as in years prior, funding has been prioritized for enhanced maintenance and beautification within the district. This is done primarily through our work in contract with the Ambassador and Clean teams, who help to keep sidewalks clear, pick up trash, do the seasonal plannings, and generally just serve as friendly faces in and around downtown on the streets. 2 other initiatives I wanted to highlight, one which Ms. Barron's touched on, not necessarily included in the 3 fiduciary board budgets, but very much a part of the work that DGRI will be doing in the year ahead, is to continue to partner with the city and county to construct the Grand River Greenway. DGRI, the 501c3, was awarded a $55 million state grant that has to be spent by the end of 2026. And so we're working with our partners very closely to continue to push projects forward to see that move along. And then finally, we will be launching an update to the Downtown Master Plan, GR Forward, this year. This plan was adopted by the City Commission as an amendment to the city's master plan back in December of 2015. It had a 10-year horizon on it, and so here we are in 2025. We'll be initiating that work in the fiscal year ahead to identify priorities for downtown in the decades ahead. Again, you see a summary of the budgets here, and then I believe we are happy to take any questions.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Kelly. And just as a reminder, next week when we vote on the budget and the tax rates, we'll also vote on all the authority and district budgets as well. So with that, Mayor, we'll see what other questions Commission may have at this point.
Great. Anyone have any questions? We went over a lot of ground there. Commissioner Isasi.
Going back, just a process, we're going back to the first section on safe community. Is that correct?
Yeah, let's do it one section at a time.
Okay.
That's a good idea.
Yep. So, thank you. This question is for Mr. Davis. Thanks for highlighting, I think just continuing to highlight during this budget process where some of the grant funding, some of it are, private philanthropy or, large private philanthropy or government. Can you share a little bit? I know you shared the 97 or 93% of participants who got the feedback. Can you share the total number of people who have gone through the program? I don't think to date is necessary, but in this last year, I think that would be helpful to know what that number is. And then can you also share, is that something that we're doing in-house in the training, or I thought we contracted with it and I'm not sure if we're still doing that. And then has there been any discussion about maybe other additional, and maybe this is included, our FOIA committee has gotten a lot of requests this year, and I think trying to make sure that people on the front end really understand, FOIA is not, you can request it, but there's a lot of redactions, there's reasons why, there's obviously, you're a lawyer, there's some of the legal ramifications. So that was one question in that update. And then I think my other question was, and maybe this is more for probably both you and city manager, as, I think last year was the first year we did some of the after-school programs, or not after-school, but summer programs. I know we also have like our park activations that we do. That has been money that's out of CDBG, but obviously we also heard that update that is, questionable. We just don't know what's going to happen. And so I'd love to understand kind of the strategic focus of how we're going to connect all these pieces. I think I saw Ms. Harris here earlier today. We've got our after-school network. We've got some of what we heard from our Third Ward Equity Fund and the youth programming. And then we have this, and then we have some of the investment in SAFE. And so, I'd like to understand more about what does that strategic focus looks like, especially if the CDBG funding will go away, and how we might, fill in some of those holes, particularly in park activation. Many of us were able to go to the Baxter Spring Luncheon last week and just talked about the successful work that Baxter has done in terms of Sanjo's we're taking back Joe Taylor Park. This is going to be for our community. And I think that was done with a lot of efforts by their organization, but also some investments we've had there. So I'd like to, what does that future horizon look like? And then thank you for the update about the traffic stop study. I was a member of the traffic stop study in 2017, and I still decided to run for city commission. But that's been a long time ago now, and so I appreciate that update. I think I wanted to understand what was the original date that we had, because I think that was a pushed out date too, and I don't know if that was due to COVID or if that was due to some other competing priorities. But I think this is with the trial of Christopher Scher last week and hearing of a mistrial. I'm not going to make any other comments on that. Please don't worry, Ms. Hitchcock. But I do think this is a question that community has asked us. I know the chief, had shared some updates back in July of 2022 about what were those efforts. He was, 3 weeks on the job and things got accelerated, but that traffic stop study, I think, was another one of those pieces. So I'm glad to hear that, but would like to kind of understand what were maybe some of the original deadlines, what got pushed out, where were the priorities, and how do we how can we support that priority piece? So those are my questions for that area. Thanks.
So I'll let Mr. Davis address the programmatic aspects of training and participation. I'm not sure if the city attorney also wants to lean in on the FOIA part as well, but we'll also address some of the other questions. Mr. Davis?
Thank you, sir, and thank you, Commissioner, for the questions. I'll start with the Know Your Rights programming. I don't know the total number of individuals that are participated off the top of my head. I'm sure I can pull that information. I can say anecdotally, it has increased over the last year. Within the last year, it's increased significantly. In fact, I did a Know Your Rights training earlier this year, and there was over 100 people in the room, which was the largest I'd ever seen at one event. So we can pull those numbers, but they are growing in that way. And I'll leave the FOIA question to the city attorney.
But on the in-house training part of, Commissioner, what program?
My question was, are you leading those trainings, Mr. Davis, or do we contract with other individuals? 100 people if we're doing, X amount of year.
Sure. So it's kind of a both and.
Okay.
So we provide Know Your Rights training, meaning that I do go and provide trainings in community to the extent that my schedule allows. There are also great volunteer attorneys who also volunteer their time to provide those trainings. So we get requests on a weekly basis to provide this training at different places, and it just depends on scheduling who does it. But we do primarily use licensed attorneys to do it. Sometimes it's me, and sometimes it's other people in community who volunteer to do it. We also have contracted with Migrant Legal Aid to provide specific training related to those communities to make sure that it is tailored around the needs of those communities.
Okay. So we're not, are we paying Migrant Legal Aid? Are we paying, just again, thinking
Yes.
through, it's a pretty tactical question, but thinking through what may or may not be in our budget, what comes out of, federal or state, and what are some of the thoughts that we have around things that could be absorbed or contracts that might have to be reevaluated.
So we have contracted with Migrant Legal Aid but what we contracted with them to do was to create the training that was specific to those communities. So that's not an ongoing contract that we maintain, but when there's a need for an update, we go to them again and they update the information.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And relative to the FOIA backlog, I know the backlog has decreased quite a bit, but I do think, and so the attorney can lean in, but making it more clearer to the public on what information's already accessible through existing platforms that don't require FOIA. We've also talked about if we're getting consistent requests for similar types of information, how might we publicly share that and anticipate that without requiring people to go through the FOIA process. That's been part of discussions as well. City Attorney, you have anything you'd like to add?
That sounds like a mouthful. So break this down for me.
It's more of a question, not really. I mean, it's more of an exploration in terms of what are your rights. And so when I think about the Office of I wasn't here when the office was created. And so obviously, like you said, accountability, there's a number of things that are happening. There's programming. We're trying to connect with youth. Have a relationship with the police department, community. I think that was going to be one of my questions too. How many investigations have we done in this last fiscal year? I think that's just another number that I'm looking for. But we talked at our last FOIA meeting that sometimes there's a frustration when people come to the FOIA meeting, and I'm looking at my two colleagues down here, of I didn't get all the information that I wanted. But then obviously there is legislation on FOIA. And so how do we, I always think, what is that first experience that residents, neighbors have with the city? And if it's a negative one, it's hard to build back. You talked a lot about trust, right? So if we can give them something more certainty, like you may want this, and I think, those in the records office do a good job of that, but where else? I think sometimes when you need the information, it's harder to see like the forest through the trees. And I think this work of Know Your Rights was, these are all the things that you should be aware of. And FOIA might be part of that. We've seen people come forward with, somebody was interested in trying to exonerate their brother, and we're like, why aren't you going to the defense attorney who would have like a non-redacted case file? So I can go deeper into that, but it's just an emerging issue that we're seeing. We've had more FOIA appeals in the last 2 years than the 5.5 I've been on commission. Thanks.
I think I'm capturing what you're saying, Commissioner. I think it's a fair suggestion and point to raise. It's something that we can talk to the law department about. Maybe it's something that we could add to our Know Your Rights training, just a better understanding of what FOIA is for the public. But we'll take the suggestion and have the conversations and provide an update.
Then the other couple questions on all the youth programming. I think there was a really good comprehensive briefing at Public Safety the last meeting, and there's a slide I wish I would have embedded in this program that all the programming that you talked about previously that we funded was primarily, I'll speak to some of the violence prevention, youth prevention programming during the summer, good stuff, opening pools, youth summer employment, daycare, after-school programs like at Baxter, our summer camps. Those are primarily daytime driven. I think what we have done lately with the help of community partners and some of the even efforts from SAFE is focus on after-hour programming during the summer. And so that really gives us a more holistic way to engage youth throughout the majority of the daytime, as well as offering some options in the evening. And I think that's been more intentional. And I'll make sure that there's a better slide to kind of illustrate that impact and how things have changed that allows us to be more holistic in programming. And so that's at least for the summer youth engagement. And that is, it really takes a village to do that, because it's not one particular organization, one particular department. It's really bringing people together, defining the need. We knew we had that need for more intentional after hour or evening school programming. Then the last question on the traffic stop study. We've had some, I think 2018, it was the report came out that you sat on. I think the recommendation was for every 2 years or so, or every year. I think we then said it would make sense to do it every couple of years. COVID came, and then we did get a lot of push reboots. So,
sure, yes. So the city manager said it correctly. As you know, Commissioner, the report initially recommended updates very regularly. Once OPA was created and we began to talk about traffic stop studies, I believe it was fiscal year 24 when we really started talking about doing an in-house traffic stop study and update to that work. And at the time, we had Harvard Bloomberg fellow, if you may recall, who was going to lead that work. Unfortunately, our time with that fellow ran out, which did cause us to have some interruption in terms of timing to be able to complete the report. But the largest part was some of the data that we were looking to get. And again, we're working with the department to pull this information. But one of the things that we're looking at is we want to make sure there's a full picture, the full story of what's happening at traffic stops, so that when communities are able to look at the report, they have a good understanding. One of the questions that come up is around the use of force at traffic stops and things of that nature. So we are trying to work with the department to compare some of that data. Is force used at a traffic stop? If so, what's the cause of that force? So we can include all of that into the report. That's a different and even a deeper look than what occurred in the original traffic stop study. As a result of that, it's taken a little more time, but I'm confident that we're going to be able to get that report done, and I'm grateful for the partnership of the police department to do that.
Okay. Yeah, I think some of the questions that came out of that one was like, what are the reasons why, where was the discretion? Mm-hmm. And so again, those very, different time at those before city manager was here as well. So I think that will definitely be a priority and kind of a follow along. And if we can just have some regular updates about that. I know we're talking about budget, but it kind of goes hand in hand. Thank you.
Understood. Thank you.
Commissioner Knight?
Yep, thank you. Some of the questions that I had have already been answered. A couple of questions that I just had was with the OPA, the Safe Community Financial Overview, just kind of looking at the 26,000, 269,000 and 88,000, just kind of wondering if that number, how does that number break out? If you could get those numbers would be interesting. Can you hear me?
What slide number?
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, it's on page, I think 11.
Slide 11.
It might be slide 11, right? And breaking those numbers out. And then also thinking about the safe communities, I think slide number 14, thinking about the community informed training and just looking at some of the posts that came out after the verdict in the trial and just wondering how many people do we reach out to to be a part of those trainings, because I know there are a lot of, the Pastors Alliance kind of put out their own statement, and just be really interesting in how many of them had attended any training as of late. And how we're a little more intentional about being proactive as opposed to, maybe putting out a post or something on our social media that just says, hey, we offer these trainings at this time. But how are we being intentional about really bringing in these community members, not every 5 years or every time something happens in our community, then we're trying to do this. But really how many people are really engaged in that, especially in light of recent events that have happened in our community. And then also looking at, I think it's slide 17 with the safe community, the civilian violence reduction and interruption. Just wondering, like you said, city manager talked about a lot of the things that we're doing are during the day. And so in the evening leaves opportunity for people to get into interesting situations. Wondering, what the numbers look like, and this may be something that have been presented with public safety, but what the age is of the violence perpetrators that are happening. What is the general age range? And then if it is in that younger age range in doing that summer violence, youth violence reduction programs, what is the support of the other partners that are engaged in that, right? And so again, to the point of, if we don't have the federal dollars necessarily to support some of this funding, depending on where it's coming from, how do we lean back on them to put more funding into this? Because we got $500,000 for Cure Violence, $125 for Cure Violence Global, but for our young people, that may be getting into trouble, there's $35,000. You know what I mean? So just that difference in the number and where is the importance lying, and who is being engaged or engaging in the crime, what that age range looks like. And I just had a question because I didn't understand completely. Slide 20 for the Cure Violence, the Safe Community Opioid Cure Violence GR, the target areas. Can you help me understand how, because it seems like Ward 1 and Ward 3, the border areas make sense, but to me, Ward 2 doesn't. And thinking just about Ward 2 lines, so is that like just Cure Violence lines where they draw the lines, or is it just based on the ward boundaries itself?
So we'll go, we'll definitely get you a breakdown on the budget detail for OPA, more detail on that, as well as getting the participation on the community informed training and how many of our other partners participate in that. On the slide you call on the youth program, that's not holistic, that's not indicative of the summer youth employment costs that we are incurring as a city, as well as the through college and other investments. So I'll as I said earlier, I'll get that slide that rolled our holistic youth efforts. This is just reflective of LPA's effort to get a more comprehensive view of our efforts for youth engagement and get that to the commission. And Mr. Davis, you want to talk about the Cure Violence borders?
Sure. Now, I have to say, geography is my worst area, right? So I'll start with that. But
That's slide 20, someone's trying to find it.
Oh, thank you. But in short, when we talk about the borders for Cure Violence, the borders were determined based on using a heat mapping system for through GRPD. So we partnered with the police department and asked them to help us identify areas in each ward. We obviously, when we first started, we were only looking at the 3rd ward, but we asked them to identify areas in each ward where there was a high concentration of violent crime. So that's how we were able to determine the areas. So we looked at what the heat map shown as a high area in the 3rd ward, same for the 1st and 2nd wards, and this is how these borders were determined. We also worked with Cure Violence Global, which is that parent company, to make sure that the target area or the heat map area that was selected fit within their metrics for the number of people and the size of space that you will be working in to be effective. So it's the combination of those things that got us to these borders for the target areas.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other, Commissioner Perdue?
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Davis. Just want to double down on some of the questions and opportunities related to FOIA. I was on the FOIA Appeals Board last year, and it really became clear that there are some process and customer service improvements that we can make to let people know kind of what their options are, make sure they get the right information, and make sure that we understand what they're seeking before we go through the whole process of appeal. So just want to double down on that, and glad that's being considered. I really appreciate the overview, Mr. Davis, of the Horizon topics, the software, the oversight and jurisdiction and access. I am curious, and just, want to say, that prevention is working. We have a very safe city in so many ways, and between the prevention work, which is harder to measure, we know, but we know that it truly is effective, and the pairing that with emergency services, we're just a really safe city, particularly per capita, and so I'm proud of that. That being said, we know we still have violence that happens in our city, and we have victims of crime, and so just appreciate all the attention on kind of what's described in slide 17 around violence reduction and interruption. I'm wondering, on the horizon, do you plan to dip into any additional policy work or bring any recommendations for us to consider to strengthen your office, or to strengthen kind of any policies related to how we do public safety or how we do prevention? That's my first question.
Okay. Well, thank you for the question, Commissioner. As it relates to policy in general, that is part of OPA's charge. So yes, we are consistently reviewing policy and will consistently provide updates and recommendations related to policy. Who that goes to is based off of what that policy is. So generally, if there's a public safety related policy, those are not always things that we would bring forward to City Commission. Those are things that we may recommend to the police department or may recommend to the city manager, depending on what that is. But yes, we are reviewing policy and making recommendations regarding it. As it relates to OP.
Do you have any follow-up on that? Do you have any ones that you're looking at on the horizon, the short term, that we should just have a heads up on?
Sure. So one of the big charges that OPA has pending will be based off of its evaluation and audit of everything related to the trial, right, of Christopher Shore and everything related to that. So that would cause us to review use of force and everything else that was a part of that case. We have been very careful because things have not been completed to get ahead of that. It's important that OPA was to remain neutral, to make sure that we are navigating that space well. So yes, as a horizon topic inside our office, we know that a time is coming where we will be doing that level of deep review of use of force policies, of that individual incident, of the way that those policies interacted with the way we did lots of stuff related to it. That would include the release of video or any of those types of things. So all of those things are horizon topics for us. But again, out of a respect for the process and making sure that we're navigating appropriately. We have not done that work yet, but we recognize that it's coming when the time is right.
That's helpful. Thank you for that. So kind of related to horizon topics and thinking about the conversation on youth and youth investment and kind of OPA's piece of the total investment package. I know many years ago there was a juvenile crime report. Is that something, and I know that was several years ago, probably last decade, and then more recently, kind of 2020, 2021, juvenile crime was truly on the rise in the city and really throughout the county. That has since tampered down, but I'm wondering what attention we are having on juveniles, especially both from a prevention and enrichment standpoint, as others mentioned, but also just maybe making sure that we're understanding and we're tracking the pattern so that we can better understand the needs and intervene. So my specific question, has there been any discussion, particularly about resurfacing a report specifically around how juveniles are faring, particularly related to crime?
I'll have to follow up with both the police department and courts as well as OPA. I'm not aware of a specific report, but that may not mean it doesn't exist. I don't see anyone from the police department raising their hand. Oh, Commissioner Sassi is raising.
And Ms. Harris is in the back. This was one of the things that we did. I believe that was a grant that we had. There was some dollars that we did with SAFE and our community's children. I think GRPS was part of it. So that was one of the first deliverables that we had out of the SAFE body. But there was, I'd have to go back in my notes to see where that money came from to do that work. I believe we worked with John Bender out of GVSU. I don't know, I'm phoning a friend, Shannon, but that was something that was done quite a bit ago, and I think that's a really good idea. I think there's some opportunities for us to capture some grant dollars. I know you and I talked about that yesterday, Commissioner. Hopefully those will still be there to continue to look at those numbers. I think I was able to go to something with Pastor Gaddy and the prosecutor's office last month, and just the age of individuals, and probably the chief and DC can share anecdotally. I think we know those numbers are getting younger and younger. So, but I could find that report and pull it out.
Yeah, thanks for connecting. OCC was part of that. So yeah, I think that's interesting. And then to your point around grants, I mean, we have been very successful at bringing in outside dollars, particularly around infrastructure, mobility, green space, and hope that we can also pay special attention to getting dollars and grants specifically focused on our youth, prevention and enrichment for them, because I think that's a huge tenet of a successful community that we're really missing, is a really robust extended learning and enrichment kind of ecosystem for our young people. Just kind of last piece on the violence reduction and prevention. I said this when PD and Fire presented last week, but just want to say, because it's connected to kind of your violence reduction efforts, is that, Cure Violence has done a really great job of interrupting interpersonal violence on the street, but there's still a huge opportunity, and really our big problem is interpersonal violence in the home in the form of domestic violence. I mean, that is a huge chunk of our homicides. That sort of trauma just reverberates throughout the community. I'm so proud that we put in more support for victims, but we also need to move upstream and prevent those incidences from happening in the first place and even creating more victims. I just want to emphasize that again in this conversation, particularly as you design those roads that are coming on board. That prevention around DV, I think, has to be utmost important if we are serious about interrupting violent crime in our city and violence and victims in our city. Last comment on that, we've talked about this a little bit more, brought up this idea of emergency preparedness for community trauma, community violence. I think last November when we had our retreat, City Manager, you directed our emergency management office to begin that process. So I just want to raise that up. This is something that I wish we had in place 3 years ago. This is certainly something that I wish we had in place right now, over the last few weeks, and just think it's so important going forward. We should have an emergency plan, not just for tornadoes and floods and high winds and snow, but when something bad socially or economically happens in our community, like violence, like the loss of life, or even, God forbid, federal actions impacting a lot of people at our community in one time. So I just want to raise that up and hope that you can be part of those conversations with emergency preparedness and others on how do we approach that. It's not the time to create that in flight, and I think that needs to be in our toolbox. So thanks for all your work.
Thank you, Commissioner. We'll follow up on some of the points that you made. But I will say I do want to thank the Oversight Office for working with the Emergency Management Office and others on even last week for a community resource in the wake of the verdict announcement, and working with the Wisdom Center and making those resources available for a couple of days. And so I think more efforts like that, working with the county and the health department, are the partners that we in Network 180 that we could also look to connect with. Okay, Mayor.
Yeah, do we have any other discussion here, or do we want to move on to economic prosperity?
You might.
We want to move on to economic disparity or prosperity, not disparity. Moving right along with my Freudian slip. Any discussion about, or questions about that? Commissioner Purdue?
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I want to go to the conversation around fees, potentially going to a fee-for-service model, which I understand mean a fee-for-service model to get some additional support from the city. Right. From city staff, yep. So, I think, later in the slide, Mr. Kelly talked us through all the great things happening downtown in our corridors, and it is just so exciting, especially seeing that map on page 51 just gets me so excited of all the progress that has been made, all the partnerships, all the investments. In order for our neighborhood business districts to have the chance of getting close to this, we need so much targeted investment and resources and attention. And the idea that, particularly knowing how disparate our communities are and our neighborhood-based business districts are from one another, let alone from downtown, I don't think it's appropriate to ask those bodies with very, very limited funding to pay the city for additional support. That should really be seen as an investment in our overall city strategy and our economic development and prosperity strategy. So I know that I'm sitting on the CIA. I know I haven't been specifically engaged with this question, but I would not want to see that model move forward in that way. The city staff or city manager with the budget, counted as in kind, build it in some way, but there really should be additional support for business districts and not charging our CIAs directly with such limited funds that really are already being stretched and need to go a long way. I think the city needs to come along as a partner and really embody the equity framework that we've been talking about and are saying we committed to. That would be a miss for equity and equal opportunity. To do that, particularly for places like Southtown. So I wanted to bring that up, kind of my thoughts on that proposal in the future. And I actually think that's it. So thank you.
And I don't want to quell discussion here, but if we can focus not on future policy stuff as much as possible in our comments here, but like on this year's budget, just because we're getting through time. Like, I'm happy to talk. I love talking about things forever, but if we can focus on the budget and specific budget items. Commissioner Robbins, did you have a question or a comment? Commissioner Knight, I'm sorry.
I just want to echo what Commissioner Purdue said about that particular piece in the fee-for-service, because it is a struggle with our neighborhood associations and our CIDs and all of that, to add an extra fee for them to have the service, for somebody to support them to do the work that they're doing for the city. Kind of seems a little backwards to me. But the other thing that I had a question about, and I don't know if this is 31, is this in the right spot? Did I jump ahead?
Slide 31?
Yeah, I think I jumped ahead. Okay.
That's
I can hit it. I just had one question. We were talking about the economic prosperity and affordability. Under the small business support piece, we have a joint contract, I believe, with someone that actually supports our small businesses and really helping them get through a lot of the legal issues that they're dealing with and help supporting them with the things that they need as a business in the community. And it would be interesting. I don't know if we've had a report out from that space as of recent, to just see where we are with that, right? What it looks like, what businesses have been opened, which ones have closed, which ones are still kind of needing support. Kind of like we get this report at the every month from 311 about CFRs that are open in our particular wards, and if they're pending, and if they're opened or resolved or whatever, how are we're continuing to support that position, but I would like to know, like, where are we with that? Because I don't think I've heard anything.
So you're talking about the position 50-50 with the chamber and us, which are at,
Yes. So, and DGRI helps us
Yes, thank you.
partner in that. So I'll go back to, since I heard two comments about the fees for service, and just real briefly, so there is no fee proposed for this year's budget, as Ms. Behrens indicated. We're trying to have that conversation, but in part, it was modeled the way DGRI and the DDA and the DID works. The city does not pay Mr. Kelly's salary. There is a charge for the services to the DDA, to other authority budgets for administrative services. The same is of the Smart Zone. Ms. Renero and some of her staff also has a chargeback. So in looking at what is missing in the other authorities, there's not a nonprofit, and some of them don't have other staff resources, and so that was a conversation we certainly can explore and see what feedback of some of the other authorities are as well. Relative to our retail retention and attraction specialist, I think this question, the partnership between the city, the chamber, and DGRI. We do have reports that I think we had. It was a quarterly conversation. I'm not sure the frequency, and now I know annually, at least when we come back for contract renewal, but perhaps Ms. Behrens or Mr. Kelly would like to comment on that.
We do receive reports periodically from that retail retention specialist. We typically fold the information for the commission into the mid-year and end-of-year performance reports, but we can pull together what exists and share.
Commissioner Sasi?
Thank you. I will stay on the theme of CIAs. One, I think I'm thinking this is sort of like responding to what we've been hearing about how we want CIAs to like be engaged, and also what are the realities of budgets. Like, sorry, Tim, we don't got your budget, but no. but I'm going to take that out of it, because I think sometimes we get into this comparison, and I want to focus on the CIAs that we all serve on, right? And so I do think for the North Quarter, again, even though this is, I think it's something being proposed, I do think it's something to be responsive to. I would say, I think we're also in this world. I phoned a friend and talked to one of the past commissioners and was reminded that there were some intentions around this CIA role when the Public Act took place, and sort of what were the things that we wanted this role to do. I think sometimes it responds of like how people go through the role. So I'm thinking of the people that have held this role. Many of them sort of moved up in the organization, which is a positive. What is that? I think it's like what Angela has in 311. You get somebody, they do really well, and then they go to another part of the city. I think you have some of this here. So this is a bit of what is a resource and a talent. I would say I've been really pleased with, I don't always like to call out people's names, but I'm going to call out Vera with her support during our sort of lack of a corridor manager. And so for North Quarter, I can't say that we would vote to want to have this fee for service, but I've also heard from a third ward commissioner who's a friend, who's like, or a past third ward commissioner is like, why would we do this? And sort of like, what is the, how are we going to absorb that, and why, much along with Commissioner Perdue's comments, like how can we absorb this as a corridor improvement authority? So I'd like to think about, it's a talent, but also a need, because I think we have some really talented people inside of our city. And so if we can bring up what their services that they could provide, that might help to this conversation, and maybe it doesn't be, I don't think this is a conflict, but not a bad, it's not a bad conflict of like what is needed, but what is the reality of our organizations to fund, because I think some of our organizations are like, hey, could we do what West Side is doing? Like, we didn't know that was possible, or we didn't think about it as a strategy. We have new board members. So I also want to say, this goes back to what I just talked about as it relates to some of the youth programming, is we have a lot of, we're a very matrixed organization, right? So there's a lot of people who are responsible for things that are overlapping, and then they're also responsible to a lot of people. Not even just all of us, but really at the top of that org chart is the residents, neighbors, businesses of the city of Grand Rapids. And so I think about, we've got an ombuds person in Development Center, we've got the economic development role, which I would, we've got a role doing like MLBE certification, the role that you mentioned, Commissioner. Mobile GR gets very engaged with a lot of business needs because of, I think, Mobile GR is engaged in that way. And so I think some of my concern of like why I wasn't supportive of adding some additional support was because I'd like us to say, are there connection points or these matrix pieces where we can tighten up a little bit? I think no doubt everybody, in this city, I think is focused on getting work done, but how can we connect and coordinate? And so that's where I would like us to explore more because I think at the end, economic development, that CIA is probably going to connect with all of those departments that we talked about, right? They're going to come to those meetings, and I'm sorry, Tim forgot engineering. And so I just want us to think like, I don't want this to be such a binary discussion. I would like to say, how does this like support and connect? So, but I recognize the need for corridor management and having the ebb and flow of people who might be inside and kind of understand like what you need to do on a baseline. So I'll say that. And then I just wanted to say, it's obviously in the budget as well. I appreciate the updates. I'll look forward to more updates about Third Ward Equity Fund. My intention, I know, City Manager, you had shared, what would be a changing view of this Third Ward Equity Fund. I've let my colleagues in the Third Ward know I am supportive of funding the Third Ward in the way that it was intended to be, which is to fund projects specifically in the Third Ward. I think like it doesn't, again, we have different districts in different areas, but that is my intention. I'm not interested in exploring something further. Thank you.
Commissioner Kilgore.
Yes, thank you. I'd echo the sentiment of Commissioner Isasi. I'm very happy of how this was laid out. I think we've been calling them buckets of sort of areas of focus for the Third Ward Equity Fund. I'm looking forward to working with community and my colleague Commissioner Perdue to see how this will continue to change and evolve as some of the infrastructure projects. I had some initial concerns of how I felt like it was sort of being used as sort of gap funding for certain projects. When we have things like vital streets, we have other ways to invest in infrastructure, although that's very important. I'm happy that that seems to be sort of phasing out, for lack of better words. But yes, looking forward to keeping this. I'm very happy with the proposal to keep the $1 million of investment and hope that that will continue going forward. And then also really looking forward to seeing if there are further workarounds for the small business support, as that has been a constant concern and request from community that Commissioner Perdue has been spearheading. So just looking forward to supporting this as it is with the $1 million investment and seeing how we can be even more transformative with the funds.
Yeah.
Good morning, still for a minute. I would like to just ask a couple questions with the downtown authority. Would it be possible, or is it readily available, to have a map of the area that the downtown authority covers? I don't see it here in this presentation, and sometimes there's a confusion, where one begins and another ends. Particularly, we have these corridor improvement authorities, and I see you have Hartside neighborhood located here, but Hartside Business District is, I believe, in the area, and they don't have a CIA other than the GRI. So seeing a map, I guess, would be important. Do you know, or if you'd like to comment about how you're working with Hartside Business Authority?
We can do both. So, yeah,
Association.
happy to include a map. We had one in here, but for the sake of brevity, we cut it. So apologies for that, but I'm happy to follow up and send that to you.
Yeah.
And then, we work closely with both the Hartside Business Association and the neighbors in the district. As I mentioned, we do have funding that's allocated annually for implementation of their quality of life study that was completed a few years back. Recently, that has gone toward infrastructure improvements. We're also continuing to look at fresh food access, but continuing that conversation to see what's a priority.
Yeah, so that's for residents, but I know that like the Division corridor and connecting it to downtown, there's a lot of activation and interest there. So how do we get those small businesses to thrive and have the retail there being attractive to others to come?
Yeah, and a few folks have mentioned our work with the Chamber and the city, and our retail specialist is helping with some of that communication. In addition, we have a grant program that has been very useful on Division Avenue in terms of getting businesses into those vacant storefronts. So in the past 5 years, we've issued 16 grants that have gone on Division to bring opportunities for small business owners to go on that corridor, and seen a lot of activation. So those are two that come to mind.
Yeah. Wonderful. And then just out of curiosity, like I know that you can go to the website and see who your 16 board members are, but could you just describe what the process is to be involved or to be able to be at meetings, et cetera?
Yep, so the DGRI as the organization was formed back in 2012. The bylaws identify certain community members and seats that will be included. That includes the mayor, city manager, county administrator, members of the Chamber of Commerce, and Right Place. The other seats are at large, and so our executive committee and board vet potential candidates as folks term out, and that's how the nominations occur.
And those meetings are public, right? We can go to those meetings and...
They are, yep. Yeah, everything that flows through DGRI follows the Freedom of Information Act. All of our minutes and meetings are posted, and we welcome community to participate and be involved.
Thank you.
So I do want to have a discussion briefly about the Third Ward Equity Fund. So I remember the inception of this was Commissioner Dave Allen at that point sort of making an argument that the city was spending less on road funding and infrastructure funding in the Third Ward, and that there was an imbalance in infrastructure investment by the city. I think there are two things that we have to keep asking ourselves if we're going to have a standalone fund for one particular ward. One is, are we tracking progress and improvement? In other words, if we are currently funding roads roughly equally to our satisfaction in all three wards, then that need or that argument is maybe a 15-year-old situation, but it's not maybe the current situation. So we should be examining what we're using this money for, and also the why in general. So I will just say that I think it's entirely appropriate for the commission to look at our city and think that some neighborhoods have greater needs than others, and that we want to lift up all parts of the city. But it's also true that the Third Ward itself is not monolithic, for example. So I think there's much more need for revitalization, for example, on the south end of Eastern than there is, say, around Calvin College's campus. Those are both Third Ward areas. Now, at the same time, South Division's not in the Third Ward at all, and that's an area where I certainly can, and I think most of us can see there's some great need. So I do think that we should have a longer-term conversation about what the traditional definition of this focus fund ought to be properly focused on areas that we're defining by need and some criteria, and not by the accident of being in one ward versus another ward. So I think that if this is and if you look at all of these infrastructure and cultural arts and youth programming and small business support needs, those aren't only needs we have in the Third Ward. So I think that I would welcome some discussion from this body about the why, what our ultimate goal is for this kind of funding, and have it be defined by need and not by boundaries, which, after all, were made by not our city clerk, but a city clerk or someone for voting purposes. We didn't draw the first, second, and third ward all to include an equal amount of downtown, for example. We didn't draw them all to include an equal amount of the river. We drew them for equally balanced voting districts. And the different wards have different flavors, but I certainly think that there's a lot more complexity to the wards than their simple boundaries. There are massively different parts of each individual ward. And so if we are spending taxpayer money, we should be we should have a why, and I think that our why should be focused on where there is need and how we can fill that need productively. So I think that's a long-term conversation one we want to have, and I would welcome that conversation. Yeah, Commissioner Robbins.
Yeah, I'll agree with that sentiment too. I think, we know where our neighborhoods of focus are. They're not, they're not divided by ward. And so I think I agree in the sentiment that if we know where the needs are at, it makes most sense to apply those resources based on need as well. So to your point, I don't think we need to have a whole conversation about this today, but especially in light of, CDBG funding potentially not coming through, there's a lot of organizations across all of our neighborhoods of focus that would lose out on some substantial dollars. And so just trying to think through a long-term strategy of, why was this put in place? Is that need still there? Or how can it be redirected to best meet the needs of our community? So overall support that sentiment and would welcome that conversation.
Yeah, and I will say that I support this as part of the budget this year, and I think that all of this money will, I hope, get spent well and profitably on those areas of focus. But I do think those are areas of focus which shouldn't stop or start at a ward boundary. Those should be areas of focus that we're looking at citywide. City Manager, if we want to move on, I don't see any other questions.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners, for that very thoughtful discussion. We will proceed with the balance of the presentation, which should go really quickly. We have two more sections: governmental excellence and engage and connected. Just a roadmap for the rest of the morning. We'd like to get through this briefing, maybe see what questions you have, then take if it's acceptable both to the commission and the presenters, a brief break for lunch, 15 minutes or so, and we'll come back and do the workshop, or we can press through and have a later lunch. So
I hear one vote for lunch.
One vote for lunch, okay.
I think it was a strong vote, though, so let's break for lunch.
And I just want to clarify, maybe Ms. Bohatch could help, because I don't want the impression to be we're not getting our federal funding renewed. We just not have been formally noticed of the award yet. We anticipated it this week, and we are going to hope that we will get that formal notification by the next City Commission meeting.
Thanks for that update.
And City Manager, I mean, this is on trend, right? Where this is not the first time that we have had folks say that they were not going to encourage CDBG funding, correct?
You mean the federal government?
Mm-hmm.
That's happened previously in terms of the some leaders in the federal government, but we'll see. We're hopeful. We remain hopeful.
All right. Doug Matthews, Assistant City Manager. We're going to cover governmental excellence here, try to make some good time. This is just a reminder of some of the operational investments. So last time we talked generally about investments in governmental excellence. What we've done here is we've broken it out so you see what's focused operationally to increase our operational efficiency or increase our capacity for revenue recovery. And then we also wanted to outline our customer service focused investments, as well as those that are focused on workforce development. That's either developing our local workforce to step into jobs or creating pathways where we have jobs where individuals can then proceed up into some of the classifications where we have particular difficulty hiring and retaining. Some of the things that just wanted to highlight, one is the work that we've been doing around innovation and continuous improvement. This is really designed to be facilitative and collaborative. We pull together multiple departments when we have those thorny issues that really span across the organization. Some of the projects that they're working on presently and anticipate continuing working on in the coming year includes the major projects engagement and communication work that started this year. That was a start and not a finish. That was a start. We're going to continue to learn from that and adapt as we move into future seasons. Facilitating work inside the organization with work groups on the move-in for Scribner, doing some of the planning as well as the change management that's involved with that. They've been helping facilitate work around the circularity work that we've been doing for materials management, as well as working with the communications team on the community engagement framework, as well as the rollout and the training that's going to be happening in FY26. So focusing on customer service, of course, 311 continues to be on the front end of that work. We've made adjustments to the staffing and the leadership with that group over time. One of the changes that we've made this year is having someone there that's really focused on some of the inquiries that come into the commission offices. That's work that has started. Now, the second part of that work we'll talk a little bit later, which is some of the contract assistance and communications and engagement. So we like to show this every year just as a reminder that our ability to respond to calls is inversely proportional with the availability of staff to answer those calls. That's not a surprise, but when you see it visually, it's pretty apparent. As I mentioned, we've made staffing adjustments over the past couple of budgets, and we'll continue to take a look at that and how we can make sure that we're being responsive. Of course, part of that as well is the release of an RFQ on how we can employ AI chatbots and responsiveness as part of that, so that our human operators can focus on the more difficult, challenging human questions that come through the office. Just a reminder on government and legislative affairs, there's a little reference to the lack of certainty on what may or may not be coming from Washington these days. That's something that we're continuing to track. But that hasn't stopped some of the work that happens every year, specifically when we look at funding requests and opportunities that come from our legislative team. And we've listed here some of the items that we've already put in the queue with our legislative delegation, either at the state or the federal level, to help advance and continue and hopefully get some funding around those. So just noting some of the external pressures, some of the federal pressures that we're on, it's worth a reminder. We've had 3 grants that have immediately and directly been impacted. Fortunately, comparatively, it hasn't been a huge amount, but there's still a lot that's up in the air, a lot of things that we're still waiting on word for. We've seen the closure, we've seen the cancellation of programs before we were able to get in the door. When I talk about one of the ones that's still out there, we've got about $3.2 million in Solar for All funding that we're still waiting to hear on. We've got a $150,000 request to the NEA. I can confirm that there's someone at the NEA that's still responding to emails, but we haven't had any confirmation on when we might get notification on that, and I'm sure other departments are dealing with similar things. Looking at our staffing, you note here that we've got 71 people that are supported wholly or in part by federal funding, so we're keeping an eye on that. And just accepting that the common theme right now is uncertainty, which means that we've got to be judicious and we've got to be cautious in the way that we advance to make sure that we can continue to provide basic services in the manner in which our community has come to expect. One more reminder here, the facility study, we gave a prior presentation on this. We hope to be able to continue that work in FY26. As a reminder, there were 3 identified locations that were prioritized through that study. One was this building, as well as the wastewater treatment site, the WRF, as well as the development center. So the idea is going into FY26 to hopefully be able to fund the follow-up studies on those sites that we can do some, effectively some massing and location studies on the site to figure out what we can fit, where we might be able to fit it, and what the downstream impacts of that might be. Great example with the WRF is we've got a good site where we could probably co-locate water and wastewater. The challenge is we've got a lot of impounded cars that are on that site. And that's been an ongoing challenge is, okay, well, if we use that, we still need a place to be able to put the impounded cars. So we've got to think about what we want on the site, but also what's the downstream impact of that. And that's one of the things we want to start doing next year. The ERP system, I'm happy to say, as of this week, the finance module is live and operational. Payroll entry went live on May 5th and is being phased into the rest of the organization. As somebody that's filled it out, it's been pretty intuitive, pretty simple. There were a couple of things that needed to be tweaked, but we learned through that. If you look at overall how that rollout went, we had a few minor issues that we needed to work through, which was expected, and really look forward in FY26 to be able to take advantage of some of those efficiencies that we're going to get. Some of the horizon topics here, we've talked about AI, mentioned the RFQ that's gone out for 311 for AI chat services. We also had talked previously about the phased approach that we want to take with the Microsoft product. We had to wait for them to get their AI chat, or their, I don't want to say chat, their AI service on the government cloud before we were able to start planning and move something forward. We anticipate that that's going to be about 125,000 with a limited subset that can test it, and then start coming up with a road plan for how it might get rolled out across a broader part of the organization. In the fall, the intent is to bring the strategic plan back to this body so that we can make an update that is due. But keeping in mind, since we're talking about budget, we are in the collective bargaining process. That's something that we want to make sure that we keep in mind. And we are on the end phases of our classification and compensation study. Now, while those two things are not conjoined, the classification and compensation study is intended for the organization and for management to make some determinations where we need to make changes. Collective bargaining happens separate from that, but there's likely going to be some impacts on both sides that we need to make sure that we're keeping in mind. On Engaged and Connected, just a reminder here of what the focus areas were coming out of the workshop that you all had earlier this year. And then running down each one of those items, some of the funds that we've made available, or that we put in the budget for these. Some of these are things that are ongoing, carryovers from the previous year. Some of these are new, but continuing to invest in each one of these priority areas. One of the ones that I do want to make a particular note of is the improvements to enhance project communications. That $187,000, while a lot of that work is going to be focused on where the communications priorities are. That's not exclusively what these individuals are going to be doing. These are two individuals that are presently doing this work on a part-time basis and have been part of the budget as proposed to move to full-time so that we can continue that work and continue to expand that work. I believe Mr. Davis mentioned Neighborhood Summit. This is a photo from last year. Continuing to make those investments in our neighborhoods has been really a core of our equity and engagement strategy over the time, at least that I've been here, and that's something that we intend to continue. Just a quick update on the project communication engagement. There were 9 strategies that we identified that we were going to pilot, and identified 6 priority projects where we were going to pilot those, and some of that work is underway now. That's, you'll see here, Division, Boston, Fuller, Leonard, and Plainfield projects. And the team continues to work and refine those strategies. And we do have some other strategies that have a longer tail on them that we continue to work on. For instance, having a more robust online presence for project updates, sign-ups, rerouting, things like that. So we've got a separate work group that's working on those. This is just a sample of kind of the matrix that we went through when we identified those 6 areas. What constituents we really needed to focus on that were most affected, and then who else we might need to be able to focus our work on. We talk about our targeted and our ward outreach. This is just an outline of some of the initiatives that have been launched really over the last 18 months, and that's been in large part because of the investment that we've made from a staffing standpoint, really leaning into the digital, the video, delivering messages in a way that the community wants to receive them, and we want to continue to build upon that work. I have here on the side some additional considerations. I mentioned the commission support pilot. That's $100,000 that was initiated this year. If we annualize that, we project it would probably be about $250,000 a year. And then the other thing, and I know there's been some interest in this, the team is looking at options for a full website redesign, transitioning to more sustainable platform for the future that's also more accessible according to federal guidelines. That's something that we don't have in the budget because we feel like there may be some ways for us to initiate that work without having to make a significant investment on the front end. But you'll have probably a fuller update on that when we have the strategic planning conversation in the fall. Arts, culture, and heritage. You all know our impact study, our economic impact study was completed this year. That was followed up by the DeVos Institute at the University of Maryland, who's been doing consulting work with a group of arts organizations, as well as doing an environmental scan of the health of the industry across Grand Rapids and Kent County. We expect to have that before the end of this fiscal year. We're also talking with Kent County on strategies where we might be able to fund an arts and culture strategic plan. I mentioned NEA. That was going to be one of our funding sources, but we're losing confidence that that will be an option. So we've initiated a conversation with Kent County as well as some of the nonprofit community partners and foundations to see if there's another way we might be able to prioritize and get that done in FY26. The Third Ward Cultural Tour work continues. You see some of the notes here, as well as the River Edge Arts Planning, the updates that we've made to Arts Advisory to give them a more meaningful role in terms of the city's role in investment in the arts. Active discussions on updating the mural on the Hill. In fact, I just had a couple emails come across today on that in partnership with the neighborhood. And then including that work in our legislative agenda. We've actually had some conversations with some legislators on how they might be able to contribute to the work. I've already mentioned a couple of times the impacts that we may see in terms of the suspension of NEA and NEH work by the federal administration, but that's one that we've just got to keep an eye on.
Let's continue to go through this, and we'll wrap up real quickly and see what other questions you have. So, next slide, please. So, again, thank you for the questions. We continue to make sure we respond to any that are not directly addressed during the work session. Please send those to me or our CFO, and we'll make sure that all the questions that have been asked are answered prior to your vote, and you'll have those in writing. Next slide. And we have the public hearing tonight, and your final deliberation and adoption will be the following week. Just to remind you of a conversation and adjustments that we are considering. Next slide, please. We had a good discussion last week on parking violations, and it appears that at least the consensus was no increase for meter infractions that are not central to downtown. That was the proposal to equalize those fines. And you see the revenue impact of no increase to the parking fund and the amount to the general fund. Looks like about $90,000 collectively. And on the recommendation from staff to increase the fines for the odd even parking by $5, we have, based on discussion we heard last week, there were some that didn't want any increase, some that were okay with the increase, some wanted split the cost of the increase, and so our recommendation is a $2.50 instead of the $5 proposed. And you see the revenue impact on that. Next slide. Just a reminder, the adjustment that you will vote on will also include the addition of these 4 positions. I've not heard any recommendation or preference to delete those permanently from the budget, so we'll make sure that we also have an adjustment of about $500,000 to include those 4 positions to the cost of the general fund. So with that, we'll pause and see what questions you have about anything that has been presented regarding governmental excellence, connected and engaged, or any of the adjustments that we are recommending.
Commissioner Kilgore?
Yes, I am looking for the page here. So this is slide, Mr. Matthews, thank you for your presentation. On slide 55, when we go to operational investments, I just want to highlight, I'm hoping I'm remembering this correctly, for the 2 additional journeyman electrician line worker positions to align street lighting staff capacity with maintenance need and reduce reliance on emergency contractual services. I feel like I remember that being a very small team, and then a team that also services local areas or folks that are within the region. Am I correct in remembering that from Vital Streets?
Well, this isn't specifically related to Vital Street, so this is our electrical lighting and conduit team. And we were having issues last year just filling the team. We made some adjustments to the whole line of electrical classifications. We've been able to fill those positions now, but those positions don't cover 100% of the time that's required, especially when they've got to respond to cars versus street lights, truck buckets versus power lines and things like that. In their calculation, now that we're in a better position to fill those positions, we can fill those positions and reduce or eliminate our reliance on third-party contractors to be called in for those emergency responses.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Matthews. And that team doesn't service other regional areas, am I?
No.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And then just want to echo the Wharf site of when Commissioner Belcheck and I had a tour of that. That was really informative. I do think it would be nice to have a more central location for residents. I also think, of course, the site is maintained safely by city staff, but I think if someone were to wander, it's a large area. I think that would be great to have in the future, just a central location for residents to go for their cars. And then is this a time? That was in next steps. Do we want to, are we allowed to comment on the proposed $2.50 increase? Yes. I made it clear last time that I was a no vote on both an increase to the meter infraction non-central and the seasonal parking odd even. So I was no on both and retain that position.
Any other questions, comments? Commissioner Belcheck.
Thank you for your presentation, and I just, to begin with, I'll just concur with my fellow Commissioner Kilgore that I had not been in favor of increasing the odd even winter parking in particular. I understand where the staff may be coming from, but again, at this time, I just don't think it's needed, so that's where I'm at on that. I'm looking at our community communications and the discussion that was in this budget for that. I'm curious if we've got 10,517 subscribers to Commissioner Connect or Commission Connect and GR Connected. Do you have any, or could we get some statistics on the open rates and how that people are reading it, where they might be clicking? And same thing with the rapid recap, which the team has been doing a very amazing job with. I'm always impressed how long they stay after our meetings to film in this very same room. But I'm curious how that's reaching people in the views. The reason it's important is because we are adding and want to expand our communication staff, but we also want to make sure we're engaging. Personally, I know there's a lot more people than 10,000 in our city, so how do we reach those people effectively is always a question we want to be thinking about. Do you want to comment or?
Those aren't figures that I have right at the moment.
Yeah, I figured.
Yeah, we can certainly provide that.
I think I had one other question here, but I can't find it right now, so we're good.
Great. Three brief things. First, I hope that in your arts thing, I know there's a possibility and a dream of continuing conversations about Festival of the Arts continuing, and so I hope that that can be part of the priorities when we look at arts things. Second of all, I know it's only a $50,000 line item for sister cities, but I do think that I want to flag this as a later conversation point, but traditionally our sister cities have been about like person level ambassadoring and going out and meeting a new culture, and that's great. But I have a long-term interest in us looking at similar cities for best practices, and I think that if we were to really level up our sister cities model, it might involve delegations of this body going and looking at cities and saying, hey, what can we learn from Houston on how they deal with the unhoused? Or, let's make Houston our sister city because they're great on this. So I think that if we look at what our new sister cities ought to be, I would love to see that be cities that are similar to us that maybe we can learn from, and maybe we can actually get into a rhythm of visiting. I think it's a great idea for us to look for best practices in other communities, and historically that's not been what Sister Cities has been about. But I think if we're going to lean into funding it, we can also lean into a question of what is its mission? How can we make it an effective way for us to benefit the residents of our city? And I think that we can go beyond simple person-to-person diplomacy. The final thing I will just say, I've said before, I am going to instinctively be in favor of more investment and more thought around AI engagement. $125,000 there's about the cost of one full-time employee. I remain convinced that there are a wealth of opportunities for us, even from things like, helping people screen their FOIA requests so that they know what they're asking for and they could narrow down their requests. I mean, there's lots of ways we could use this to back-end work in engineering departments. So I would love to, over time, see us come up with a department-by-department strategy for engaging departments. And I think educating our employees on what the possibilities are. I'm educating myself, and I'm constantly shocked by how powerful these tools are. And I think that I appreciate the caution of waiting until, Microsoft has something that's safe for us to use, and it's important that we have, data security and all that stuff in the city. But I also think that we are talking about a cultural, educational process that we could be investing in tandem to that right now. So I'd love to have future conversations about more investment in walking forward into the AI future, which is here and not going away, and the topic of lots of conversations in lots of places in our community. So thank you. I just wanted to flag those things. Yeah, Commissioner Bush.
I found my question. And it may be for ongoing discussion, but I had flagged here the $1.7 million that we're continuing to spend on the enterprise resource planning, the Oracle implementation. I know that congratulations to the team for some of the big progress to go live on the payroll aspects. But we are expecting more efficiencies out of that investment and what that system could look like. I know there's been some discussion about, who does what and where and how that system might be used to streamline things. I'm kind of curious to know more about that.
I don't want to speak over the project team, but what I can say is that the number this year is larger than the number will be next year, because we're now in that a transition period where we have two systems running. And you all had approved funding to carry forward our present system, CGI, while we make the full transition over to Oracle. So that 1.7 number, I believe, goes down to about 600 annually after this year. So from a financial standpoint, there's efficiency just in having achieved the transition. Then really those efficiencies come out of employee self-service, reporting, and the ability to both access and then cross-reference data across systems, which are some of the biggest challenges that we had with the present system, is you really had to get creative to figure out how to get basic reports and data out of it, and that's something that we're not going to have with the new one. So I think that's going to open up a lot of opportunities across multiple parts of the organization.
So that would free up staff time, project time.
That would be the hope. I mean, if you just look at payroll as an example, once we get to a point where employees are efficiently getting their payroll in themselves, then the burden that currently lies on other personnel to take that information, get it into a system, verify it, all of that frees them up to be able to focus on other work. So, yeah, I mean, that's just one small example.
Thanks.
Mayor, if I could just real quickly, because I don't want Sister Cities International to think that they have a new focus. So their program is international, subnational diplomacy, and we'll continue to work on them. I think what you're talking about is something I, too, am very interested in. We have done a few of those trips, not as much since the pandemic, but if we can talk about other communities that we'd like to visit as a delegation, whether it's city officials, county officials, members from other parts of our community. We've done that. We've gone to a couple other cities, and those are discovery trips and invited communities to come to us. And I do think that would be helpful in the future. And if we had an annual trip once a year to pick out another city we want to learn from, I think that would be very helpful to this body.
Thanks. Thank you all. I think that's lunchtime. Seeing no other questions. Oh, Commissioner Knight,
Sorry, I'm standing between y'all.
delay our lunch.
That's it. So I'm gonna make it quick. Just throwing out, again, the support, heard Mr. Matthews, your report out, especially about the arts. But that also just ties back into when we're talking about all of the projects that are happening in the city and bringing more vitalization, and then also thinking about how programming and activation those numbers have went down, as Ms. Behrens had presented earlier, the importance of being able to sustain that work. And so I'm always going to go for the arts because it's really important in our communities and for our people and for mental health and everything else, the vitality of our communities. So that's something that and I don't know how we focus on that, but that's something. I also saw the $50,000 that was dedicated for communications, for especially election communications. So I'm glad to see that is a part of helping us continue to keep our community connected and understanding what's available for them, especially when it comes around time for voting. And then just throwing out again what Commissioner Yersassi had spoke about, and really kind of looking at what we're doing in the city and how we can really utilize more of the skills and talents of the people that we have here. Because I noticed in here twice is the commission support pilot. And so when you tell me that the numbers are 311, the wait times have gone down, I'm just going to throw my non-support for that out there one more time.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. And on that, there's no, I want to make sure I'm clarifying this correctly, Scott. Within the budget on the pilot, we're doing a $40,000 amendment for fiscal year 25. Then there is $60,000 in the budget for the pilot.
We'll have to do an additional amendment next year.
We'll do an additional amendment. Okay. For fiscal year 26, I do want to just clarify something because on the parking fee change, and this is very important because we don't want to get to, I mean, you can get to the point of budget and you're tinkering numbers, but we'll be here the majority of the evening because we have to get everything reconciled and system reports regenerated. So the more clarity we can have today will make next week better. And the modified recommendation of $250, again, was based on, we heard two commissioners say no, two commissioners were in support of increase, and two kind of talked about kind of a midpoint alternative. I'd like to get clarity today if the preference is to reject the $2.50 fee for odd even parking, as Commissioner Belshak and Commissioner Kilgore had commented on.
Well, I'll lead briefly. There's often reference to during the Biden administration, the country had about a 20% cumulative inflation event. This $2.50 raise doesn't get us anywhere near even matching inflation. So I'm in support of the $2.50 raise for odd even, understanding that that's actually below the rate of inflation. So I think that's a very, very modest increase. I don't want to hurt our business districts, and so I'm in support of not raising meter rates in our business districts. So that's where I am on that. Anyone else want to?
Mayor, are we able to just do a quick down the line? And I could start once again, no on both. We also talked about think it was Commissioner Perdue who talked about it. Is this like a compliance thing, right? Or is this to get people in compliance? And how do further more fees help with compliance? Is it a sort of a, like I said, a carrot or the stick? I understand that even though it's below inflation, the conversations that I've been having with residents and neighbors is one set of the tickets we said hadn't went up since 2010. One set hadn't went up since 2014. And when I am talking with neighbors, neither have their wages. So, I understand the need for it, but I am a no on both.
Commissioner Knight?
I was not here for that discussion, and so I lack some of the data that I need to actually make that decision. Off the top of my head, I don't want to pay another $1 for a parking ticket. And believe me, I have put into that fund quite heavily this year. So I can't really answer that.
All right. Commissioner Robbins?
Thanks, Mayor. I'm comfortable with these increases. I hear what some of my colleagues are saying in respect of affordability, but there's still a cost component reality to administration of these types of things too. And so I think I'm supportive of not increasing the metered parking fees within our business districts. I think that's a fair route to take right now, just trying to support them in this economic climate. I think I'm comfortable with the 2.5. I'd be comfortable with the 5. Even at $5 of an increase, that's still well below inflation in the decade plus that we haven't increased any of these fines. So if 2.5 is where we land, then I'm happy with that.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, at some point, like our bottle return fee, 10 cents was probably real money on a beer can in 1975. But right these days, it doesn't really deter people from throwing them away. At some point, if we get too decoupled from inflation, people will stop caring whether they get a ticket. Commissioner Isasi?
Honestly, I can't remember what I said last week. I think there might have been some data points I was looking at. I kind of was trying to make a suggestion in the middle. I think there was a reason why we did the downtown increase and why that was different from the neighborhood district. So I think, yes, do we all feel it? Yes. Do we need to pay for infrastructure and understand these pieces? Yes. And so I think, and I think there was also a discussion that this was generally reviewed mobile GR, but there wasn't like a policy recommendation on the committee. I would like to keep the business districts where they're at. And I think if we could go to this piece on the odd even parking I think now I'm remembering my suggestion of the first time, if it's been the first time ever, to give a notice like, hey, Grand Rapids resident, this happened. It is confusing. And then from there on would have enforcement. Especially, I think my caveat was if it was impeding on city services, I think we have to always balance that because there's a cost associated with those city services as well. So that was my recommendation. So that's what I'd be putting on the floor. So thanks.
That sounds like a good policy idea for the future, but in terms of the actual fees, where do you stand on the odd even fee increase?
Oh, for the odd even, I would support it.
Okay, thanks. Yeah. Commissioner Perdue?
I retain my comments and my thoughts from last week. I would oppose both of those increases for the reasons that I shared last week. Also want to point out the disproportionate impact this will have on our more denser neighborhoods and our urban core. And if it was about compliance, which is how it was presented to us, I think there's some other measures that we can take as opposed to kind of using it as a new revenue source and tying it into our budget. If that's a goal, which I'm hearing, the goal is truly public safety and keeping our streets safe.
Got it. And Commissioner Belcheck, I think you already said you were a no on both, correct? Okay, thank you.
Okay, we'll keep the proposal as is, and you guys can vote on it next week. So with that, we will have a break. Mayor, what time should we come back? 12:30?
Sure, 12:25.
12:25, and then we'll begin the workshop on the cap, 12:25.
because we have a quorum and we're 3 minutes behind and my microphone's not on. There we go. So we are now going to be talking about our climate action and adaptation prioritization plan. And first thing I want to say, just to set the stage here, is I want to thank, there were a whole lot of people in the community who really worked hard on this, and a whole lot of organizations that put a lot of thoughtful, patient work into this process. And so, I want to, obviously, C4 was one of those groups, Urban Core Collective, the Climate Coalition in town. There were a lot of groups who did work on this, and certainly want to thank them for all of their thoughtful engagement on this. Where I think we're going to be moving, just so there's an overview, all of us up here know, we wanted to really focus in on what, taking this plan as our macro template, could we have a focused conversation about what things we might really be able to commit to working on in the near term. And so we all got a homework assignment on that, and the question was, of the 197 action items, what 20 could we zero in on? And I at least handed out my homework assignment to everybody else. And the other thing I want to say is this is not the end, because of course this is a community-informed process. And so our 20 ideas are a first draft, and it's a messy first draft because there's 7 of us having 20 ideas. So we're going to be discussing that overlap, but then I hope the community really gets that this is a porous process. And so we are, all of us, going to be going out after this workshop and engaging with the community and coming up with best ideas from the community to narrow our focus and our horizon down to things that we can really do as a city to work on environmental issues. Commissioner Isasi.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. Just more of a schedule piece. We do have a FOIA appeals hearing at 1:30, so I just,
thank you.
sometimes those ones get lost because they're not standing, so.
No, thank you. And Commissioner Robinson pointed that out too. So just so everyone knows, we're not going to be done. We don't intend this conversation to end in an hour anyway, or in 5 hours, but we are going to stop talking in an hour so that 2 of our colleagues can go on to their next important meeting. So, Mr. Matthews, if you want to take this away, or Ms. Wilkinson?
Yes.
Looks like Mr. Matthews.
Appreciate the comments. I appreciate the comments that this is kind of the beginning, and that we don't have any expectation that we're going to walk out of here with a shiny list of 20 things, but this is going to help us refine, understand where each one of you are, so that we can take what it is that you've provided so far. In fact, maybe give you a little bit more time if you want to utilize that online tool. That's a good way for us to aggregate sentiment as well. Then continue to work with you all to refine a list that we can bring back as part of a resolution in July that says, yes, this is the plan, and here are the things that as a commission we want to make sure that staff is focusing on. Because clearly, 197, we're not going to make a list and have somebody assigned to all 197 in year one. So I appreciate you setting the expectation. You also see that we've got a special guest here. This is Miss Andrea Riley-Muckovitz. And Doctor, I was just corrected. Dr. Riley-Muckovitz. We brought in the big guns to facilitate the conversation, but we did think that it would be helpful for her to be involved. She's a skilled and experienced facilitator, but also the other 2 people here at the table have been spending a lot of time over the last 2 years with the plan, so we thought it would be good to have somebody who's got a little bit of distance be able to facilitate a productive conversation. So at this point, I will hand it over to the doctor, and we will move forward.
Good afternoon. Thank you, everybody. I'm glad to be here today. I'm going to get us started, and I want to talk a little bit about my role first, because keeping time and on topic is my goal today. And you may resent me a little bit during this process, and I am okay with that. So you can totally filter that and funnel it my way. So as Mr. Matthews said, I am very distant in this process, and that is why I'm looking forward to having this conversation with you. My goal is to guide discussion and really to move towards those 20 items that we can prioritize. And so just to give an overview of our workshop today, I am going to take us through and ask us what is most important in this chapter. And I'm going to ask you to focus on the actions and name those by strategies. And so I have some materials already that you've submitted, and I will be guiding that conversation that way. We already have about 22 actions that have been identified, and I want to just name that already. And once those are identified, at the end of this conversation today, you will have opportunity to give feedback, provide content questions and discussion. I will ask you to save your editorial feedback and provide that separately. Again, I want to make the most use of our time. So as we go chapter by chapter, it's going to be very rapid fire. And again, you may resent me, but I will most likely interrupt you and say, kindly, Mr. City Manager, just joking around here, let's move on to our action. Your observations are brilliant. Let's save them towards the end, okay? So just to give you a sense of where we are today. So as Mr. Matthews said, there has been significant amount of work from 2022 to 2025. At the public hearing on April 29th, from what I understand, this was a request from the City Commission to spend this time together to prioritize these actions. So that yellow star is where we are today. We're going to work towards 20 actions. And also, I want to acknowledge that there are 36 actions that are already in progress for implementation. Following this, in June of 2025, this is where the conversations with feedback are going to occur. Minor questions can be answered there or discussed, as well as planning for modification. So again, as we start identifying these actions, you may want to do a little bit of finagling with language. Again, you may resent me, but I'm going to move you along. And then that implementation process will occur from 2025 to 2030. And that is, of course, where we're going to focus on adoption consideration, fiscal planning consideration, and really thinking about those 2050 community-wide science-based targets. So, as the mayor said, you had homework. I was a professor for 17 years, so also if you did not submit your homework, there's always good reasons for that. As we know, sometimes technology fails us or we get busy. And so where you may have in front of you some actions or priorities that have been shared from commission, I also have additional ones that I will name as well. Okay, so just to kind of take you through the some that have been pre-shared, and then I just want to go through them with you. Just to kind of give you a sense of look at it, we have one that was collectively shared around energy systems, a few around residential homes, one around transportation, and then, three more around transportation, one around nature-based solutions, and one around food systems. And so I will be calling these back out chapter by chapter, so don't feel like you have to memorize this slide. Are we ready, Commission? Go ahead, Commissioner Sassi. You're welcome.
Can we go back to that slide?
Yes, ma'am.
So I'll be honest, I didn't do my.
Can you put your microphone on, please?
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll be honest, I didn't do my homework because I think I wanted to have this conversation, and I also wanted to, I wanted us to review that whole chart that we have.
Yes.
Because it was a lot of stuff, but I was telling a few people beforehand, we were able to see all of the variety of things. So it kind of, I'm thinking back, this almost reminds me of the conversation we had last week about the participatory budgeting. Mm-hmm. You know, I think you brought this up, well, I know you brought this up, Commissioner, about, why are we funding this? But, yes, it was what people wanted, but we also had this funding source. So we have prioritized actions, but they're also in the community master plan. So can you talk to me about that process or that thought behind that, or, how do we work around that?
So this was our first data dump based on what it was that we had on Monday morning. We have, in fact, received additional information since then. So what we wanted to do is make sure that we had a start. These were the items that had concurrence based on the initial feedback that we had received. So, we had at least 2 votes to prioritize these things. But this is really just designed as was mentioned, as a launching point, because we are going to be going through each chapter, having that conversation, and this will very likely be updated just if we ran the new data as of this afternoon.
So I do think I want to clarify just for the public. what happened outside the meeting was staff getting feedback directly from each individual commissioner. So if you hear the term vote, there was no vote by this body. There was feedback that we are consolidating for consensus that came up with these preliminary 10 actions.
Correct.
And also, Commissioner, I just want to name that, yes, one of my goals is to provide those who are not able to provide their opportunity for input. And then also, maybe there might be a shift in perspective as well as we hear other priorities shared. And I got you. We'll take care of this. Okay, so I believe that you also had a printout of the chapter strategies and actions that Mr. Canfield provided you. And so what I'd like you to do is first go to the energy systems section, and I'm going to list for you the 3 actions that were identified, and then I'm going to ask you, are there additional ones that you'd like to provide, and do you see shared priorities or visions on the first 3? So what I have in front of me here under energy systems is under strategy 2 is action 1. So that was one that was shared. Partner with the MPSC to share information on how interested parties can engage in MPSC's decision-making process, especially on new rules being created under the 2023 Michigan Energy Laws, including the expansion of the MPSC's authority to consider climate change, equity, and health when making decisions. Additionally, under strategy 3, there were 2 more actions that was shared with me. The first action under strategy 3 is actually action 2. Support local parties interested in obtaining tax credits, examples, direct pay, EV, or solar tax credits. And then the other action that was shared was action 3. Create a solarized program to educate on solar options, leverage solar tax credits, and offer group buy discounts to reduce the price of purchasing solar. So just to refresh, what I have here, excuse me, I have to learn how to advance my own slides. Thank you. I saw you, Commissioner Isasi. I know, it's me. I am the problem. Okay, so just to refresh, you don't have these 3 in front of you together or combined. So we have under energy systems, strategy 2, action 1, strategy 3, action 2, and then strategy 3, action 3. And so I'm going to give you a moment to look over.
Lost.
You're already lost?
Can we get an orientation? They have a lot of documents in front of them.
Okay, can you show me what
So
you
I'll
have?
show you. So there's the PowerPoint presentation. Everybody should have that. There is a document that Lou passed out, a summary prioritization matrix, and that has every action in there?
Yes, so if you look at me, right here, this is the document I'm looking at right now.
And then some have bought the homework that Annabelle sent out before on the spreadsheet matrix that shows which ones we're currently doing and which ones are easy for implementation.
And thank you. So let's look at commission cap prioritization matrix. I like this one because the words are nice and big. That's just me and my preference. And then what I'd like you to do is go to what looks like the second page. And if you turn it over, I'm just letting you take a moment to look at what I have in front of me. And if you look right there, it says Energy Systems Strategy 2. Increase residents, business, and organizations' access to and participation in decision-making for energy systems. So that's our strategy. Are you all there with me? Cool. So under this one is the very first one that was shared as a part of the pre-work, which was action 1. You good with me? Okay. Now, if you go to the next page, right here, it says strategy 3. Now, under strategy 3, it says help decrease the cost of renewable energy, and/or innovate low to no emission technologies. Now, under this one, what was shared as the pre-work was Action 2, support local parties interested in obtaining tax credits, and Action 3, create a solarized program to educate on solar options. Did you find all those 2 strategies? Awesome. So what I'd like you to do is first help me understand if there is shared consensus or vision on these 3 strategies. My follow-up question will be, are there additional actions you'd like to include for this chapter? But first, I want to get a sense of if there's a sharedness of these 3. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, so +1 to strategy, +1 to energy system strategy 2 action 1 for me. And then +1 to energy system strategy 3 action 1 as well. And then in addition, I have for energy system strategy 4, I have action 4.
Oh, Commissioner,
Or would you?
I would like to know consensus first, and then tell me the actions that you like. I love this.
We'll do that later?
Yes, please.
Okay,
Thank you so much. I appreciate you. So I see, from what I hear from you, there is consensus on, for you have shared agreement on strategy 2, action 1. Do you have any shared alignment on strategy 3, action 2, or action 3?
Those are not my top priorities.
All good. Thank you very much.
Commissioner, did you say strategy 2, action 1, or strategy 3, action 1?
You said strategy 2, action 1.
And action 1 and 3.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, but you don't want to know that. Okay.
I know. I told you will present me today.
I have a methodology or just a process question. Are these, are the 10 prioritized here what you're highlighting? They're not what you're highlighting.
They're not.
So I'm highlighting an and, ma'am. So what happened is that because of how our process works with preparing our PowerPoints for commission, we received some information after that deadline. So I was unable to get that to you and put it on the presentation. And so what I'm doing is you have some of them in front of you, and then unfortunately I have to read you the rest.
Okay. And you're not, and these are all, the ones that you're highlighting are just all the ones that were pre-submitted as people's priorities?
Yes, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask, would you like to add additional for this chapter?
Did you all, like for some of the prioritized actions, I assume some of them were staff generated, but there's no staff generated
No, ma'am.
priorities?
Nope, these are all what you shared.
Okay, well, while I have the mic, no consensus for strategy 2, action 1 to be in my top. I do strategy 3, action 2 and 3 would be some of my agreements of the ones that you just shared.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, so if we're only going to wind up with 20 goals, which is, I think, where we should be going, I was very conservative in this whole first chunk. And I only identified one thing, and I want to point out that those things that the things we're discussing right now are, it seems to me, I'm not opposed to them, but they don't seem very action, like partner with MESM, like, I'm not sure that that's something we can do. The one thing I wanted to do in this entire chapter was work on synergies with our steam plant operations and potential ways we can actually increase efficiency at the waste energy plant. So for me, none of these sound very action, like create a solarized plan. We could put up a website on that, but are we talking about hiring like city staff to do this? I'm not sure that I would understand how those things would become actions.
So, Mr. Mayor, just so I understand properly, for you then, it's a no for all 3 of these because you're saving your big 20 for other chapters down the line.
Yeah.
Cool.
So I don't see these as rising to top 20 for me.
Thank you. I'm going to move us along. Okay, go ahead, Commissioner Asasi.
Okay. I know I didn't do the homework, so I'm going to try to get a failing grade. But I didn't, again, I feel like some of the best pieces is like the conversation. I appreciate what you said about staff as well, Commissioner. I think we definitely have priorities, but I mean, if we look at this big whole document, there is a lot of stuff that we have done. And if it was up to me, if I was in charge for the day, I would say, could we talk about what is easier implementation? And like, if the city's already doing it and it's already a master plan, like, why are we going to talk about it right now? Because it's already planned.
100%.
Can we talk about what's easier implementation? And then can we talk about where is financial investment, where we might have to seek that out? So I know that is a switch, but I also know you're a great facilitator. So you probably had to do this before. And I mean, I don't know. I'm trying to figure out how I can engage more.
Yes.
And come to something, because this, as I went through this again, like, so much of this is done, and I think like a lot of it is educational. Some of it is even like business opportunities that we could connect with economic development, and it's not really up to us to say, can we create this private market for whatever, but maybe somebody else wants to create it. So I'm going to offer that suggestion.
Yeah, I think, and Commissioner Perdue, if you give me half a second, I think one of the problems that I have too is like, we got a 3-axis problem here. Like, some things are very easy, but might not be very useful at all. Some things are going to be harder and take resources, and some things are going to be hard but don't take resources. And then there are a lot of things that aren't in the city's purview at all. And so, like, maybe a 4-axis problem, so it's tough to prioritize, and that's, anyway, so Commissioner Perdue.
I think, I did not support us doing a work session on this. I wanted to move forward with voting on this, adopting it, and then doing all of this. But I'm, being a good sport here. But I do think in participating, I did my homework, all of that great stuff. But I think kind of what you both brought up is part of the point of why this sort of granularity is difficult at this level. Because I think the framework and the approach of how we prioritize, or how staff go and prioritize what happens for the next year, is a better conversation, a more productive conversation than action by action. For example, you just mentioned like 3 pieces of information that we have. We have what we this was prepared for us and shared as a follow-up to our discussion last week, a matrix with a little bit more detail by strategy and action that includes what we're already doing, what's easier to implement, and what requires investment outside of staff time, along with clarity on what type of action it is, process, policy, so on and so forth. So, like, for me, I think in the first year, we approach it a balance of what is feasible to actually get done and get some wins the next year, along with planting those seeds for longer term impact. I don't think it's one or the other. I think it's a braiding of both. And so, and I hear you say, like, let's focus on, what can we get done now, and not talk about what we've already, maybe that's not an exact quote, so I don't want to mischaracterize, but I think my point is we all are taking different approaches to how we think these should be prioritized, and I think that's the conversation that seems like will be productive here for then staff to take and then come up with the recommendation. And I will go back to our conversation last week of, I think it's appropriate to adopt this now and still continue this process of let us provide a framework and an approach. Let staff do what they do best. Let them take our feedback and then come back with something for us to respond to. That's more narrow and less granular. This feels a little bit like an overstep and an overreach for our particular scope and duties related to this.
Thank you, and I appreciate. May I speak, please? Sure. Thank you, I appreciate that. So I appreciate all of this, and also I want to name and identify how grateful I am that you all are taking this so seriously and being so thoughtful. I'm going to ask you to do something a little uncomfortable, which is, can we try for just this chapter to just do this? And also, I'm hearing something, which is that you all have different criteria, which is fantastic. But the question I'm asking you is, what are the most important actions? And by asking you to respond to that question, you may use all of your different criteria, so that way we're not focusing right now on debating what the criteria is. You get to use your criteria to answer that question for this chapter. And what I'll do is I will remove the idea of consenting to these 3 and having an open conversation for this chapter. And let's just see how it goes. And if we hate it for the second chapter, let's do something else. So can we do that? Can we just answer the question, what are the most important actions? And I have Ms. Wilkinson next to me writing everything down, and we'll just go and do that. Can we do that, please? Okay, let's do it. Thank you very much. So then I'm actually going to go back to Commissioner Kilgore because he was ready and he had all of them and I stopped him. So Commissioner Kilgore, what are the most important actions for Chapter 1 for you?
Yeah, so my CAP priorities were shared with Mr. Matthews and the Office of Sustainability last week as requested.
Not like last year.
I have been working on this for years. So when we go to energy systems, Strategy 1, Action 1, Strategy 2, Action 1, Strategy 3, Action 1, Strategy 4, Action 4. Those are my, I had 4 in that section. Thank you.
And then
So one thing, too, that I just want to interject, when we talk about actions that we're currently doing, I wouldn't want to take those completely off the table because a number of those actions that we're already doing will or do require either future or ongoing funding. And one of the things that we want to use this for is understanding where the budget priorities might be going into FY27.
Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Knight, how do you feel about going second?
Well, since you called me out, I guess that's what I'm doing.
I told you, 17 years of being a professor. I got you.
And 60 years of being a mama, so
Okay.
you can just keep this going.
Yes, let's go. What you got for me?
I honestly, I got a lot of confusion.
I'm sorry. That's also a part of being in my classroom.
Strategy 1, I got Action 2. Under Strategy 2, I got 2. Under 3, I got 4. And under 4, I have 5.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Is there anything I can clarify for you before I move on to Commissioner Robbins?
I'm just going to keep sitting here and listening to what you're saying.
I appreciate you. Thank you for letting me boss you around today.
Only today.
Commissioner Robbins, are you ready?
Yes, thank you. From this section, I'm just going to say Strategy 7, Strategy 7, Actions 3 and 4.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Mr. Mayor, it's your turn. Are you ready?
Yep. Strategy 6, Action 3, and Strategy 4, Action 4.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Asasi, how are you feeling over there?
Uncomfortable, but that's
Good.
okay.
Thank you.
I would say I'm going to go back to, especially when I think about an energy system, what's easier to implement? I think I said this in this session. What do we have to do to plant those seeds? So Strategy 2, Action 4, engaging with Kent County to understand, to me, there's a legislative piece. And so if we are saying it's easier to implement, but we haven't done it, that would be a priority for me. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Perdue, go ahead, please.
So in addition to thinking about long-term and short-term, I've also taken the lens of what helps residents and small businesses save money, what protects our natural resources, and what sets the foundation for long-term sustainability. So with that, for the energy system section, I prioritize Strategy 3, Actions 2 through 4. I prioritize Strategy 4, Actions 1 and 2. And then I prioritize Strategy 7.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, Commissioner Belcheck.
I will just share that this is always a challenging process because so much of this is cross-interdisciplinary and these things overlap. So the summary I provided kind of took that viewpoint. But I will say that I think that Strategy 1, Action 4, Strategy 3, Action 4, and Action 3, Strategy 4, Action 1, and I think that will cover it for now.
Thank you. So now what I'm going to do is adjust a little bit, if you're okay with this. So now we're moving on to residential homes. I know. So what I'd like you to do is, as we go through this, now I'm going to allow you to say, as both Commissioner Perdue and Commissioner Asasi did, their why before they explained their actions. So if you can, in 5 to 10 words, say why you selected these actions, you may do so. So, for example, I selected these actions because I care deeply about the integration between this plan and this community. You may do so. Do you feel like you can do that? Mm-hmm. Is that clear? You don't have to, but if for those of you who want to share their criteria, perhaps as a way to show alignment or even, moments of lack of alignment, can't think of that word right now, that might be a good thing to do. So can we do that? Okay, so now we're at residential homes. And I'm going to begin, Commissioner Kilbert, you look ready, but actually I was going to begin with Commissioner Belcheck, if that's okay.
That's fine.
Thank you.
So to back up half a step, the reason I chose the action items under energy systems is because I believe that we need to focus on the creation of viable economic energy for buildings. Residential will be also included in that. So those actions focused on solar and sharing the journey to net zero.
Thank you.
Residential, though, I'm going to stay in that same vein, that we need to pursue solar for homes and prioritize low-income homes. So that's strategy 2, action 1. And then along with that is action 3, incentivizing developers to build housing that's electric ready or all electric. And strategy 3, action 1, creating a wraparound whole homes approach to streamlining housing services, and weatherization would be a part of that. It should be noted that we need to create hubs in our community too, but I don't know where that fits, and I do have lots of missing things still.
You'll have time at the end if we can get there. That's why I'm gonna start pushing you.
I'm gonna be quiet.
Mr. Matthews is already telling me I'm past my time. Okay, Commissioner Perdue, it's your turn.
I took the same approach of kind of thinking through how to prioritize. I just feel like it needs to be said. It's the elephant in the room. I think all of these strategies are important, and it's really hard to choose. And just because one didn't come up on my top list doesn't mean that I would disagree with it becoming a priority.
Thank you.
So with that being said, I thought in strategy 1 around energy efficiency of housing, actions 7 through 10. I thought strategy 2 around clean energy use in home, actions 3 and 4. And then I think that's it.
Thank you. Commissioner Asasi?
Thank you. I'm trying to find the one, and I don't know if this was the section where it talked about, it was something related to, leaks in the home and things like that, and now I can't find it. What strategy was it? 4.8. Oh, okay. Oh, it was like right underneath the one I highlighted. Thank you. And so even though this one was community master plan, I think, again, we have another great opportunity of governmental excellence to connect with our Kent County Community Action and the great folks in the water department who work, to essentially administer our programs. And we know that we do a lot of education, but is like, what is it, awareness pieces, and then it ties up to the one above, but I'm going to pick 8.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Mr. Mayor.
Yep. So a macro concern for me is that we have affordable housing in the city, and it's a macro concern for me that if we don't have affordable housing, we're going to move people out of the city or stop people moving in. And I think city residence is probably the most important environmental action that someone can take, is simply living in a city. So my 2 are in strategy number 5, actions 2 and 3, both of which relate to keeping the cost of housing down and minimizing displacement.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, I had that one too. I didn't turn enough pages.
Was that strategy 5, Commissioner Perdue, action 2 and 3?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Robbins, it's your turn, sir.
Yeah, thanks. This will be standard for all of these, but my lens is being sensitive to housing affordability for sure, and then also just like very specific actionable things that fall within the city's purview. So with that, for this section, I'm going to say strategy 4, actions 3 and 4, and then also strategy 5, action 2 as well.
Thank you. Commissioner Knight.
I'm going to say strategy 4. I had 1, 4, 5, and 8. Strategy 5, number 2 is the priority, but I think all 3 of them kind of just coexist together. So I have all of them, but number 2 is at the highest.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Kilgore.
In line with what you said about reasoning with residential homes, I'm looking through this through an environmental justice lens
Appreciate
in
it.
terms of residents within the third ward not having access to capital to do some of these improvement energy efficiency things that I'm sure we would all love to do, but we simply don't have the access to capital. So with all of my decisions on the priorities, they also, all of them throughout each section are focused on modeling the behavior that we'd like to see, leading by example as the city. So I have strategy 1, action 2, strategy 2, action 1, strategy 3, action 3, and strategy 5, action 2.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Okay. We are now moving on to buildings and industry. And so I think I like that format. It was really nice hearing your perspectives, as well as I thought we got through that pretty quickly. So let's try that again.
Well, may I ask, Mayor, we said we would try this. Are we thinking this is productive? We want to keep going?
I'm finding it productive. Others? I like hearing other people's priorities. Yeah, I'd like to keep going.
Thank you. Okay. So let's go to Chapter 3, Buildings and Industry. And Commissioner Perdue, are you good with leading us off?
No, please come back to me.
I will absolutely come back to you.
I'm ready.
Okay. Oh. Go ahead, Commissioner Kilgore.
Once again, of leading by example and doing things, thinking of, reducing carbon emissions, you can split into 3: residential, industry, building, and transportation. So this is a very important part. Strategy 1, action 1. Strategy 2, action 4. Strategy 4, action 3.
Thank you. Commissioner Knight, do you feel like you can go next? Commissioner Robbins, can you go next?
Sure can.
Thank you.
I'm just going to say strategy 1, action 8, and then strategy 4, action 6.
Thank you. And I actually, you know what? I think Commissioner Asasi, you said that you were also ready, and you almost battled Commissioner Kilgore to go first, right?
I'm not battling Climate Coalition Kilgore.
Okay. But do you feel like you can lead us off?
Coming out of the corner.
There's always one. Thank you.
I will say I'm finding this better than how I felt 10 minutes ago, so thank you. I want to
Anything.
affirm your
Thank you.
facilitation.
Thank you for trusting me.
I am going to say strategy 1, action 1. I'm only saying 1 because priorities was never meant to be plural, so I'm going to stick to 1 out of each. But in particular, I think this area is really key. What we saw is IRA dollars, or the greenhouse gas reduction dollars. They were planned. They were going to, we were supposed to go to communities. It was going to go to support some of this, and that is not happening. So I think that's like a federal hole. I'd like us to understand more and work with organizations like Michigan Saves and other green banks. So thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Perdue, would you like to go?
Strategy 1, action 4, and action 5. And then that's it.
Thank you. Commissioner Belcheck, did you get a chance to go? I can't remember now.
I have not.
Okay,
I'm
that's what I
trying to
thought.
line up all my notes with this particular
Do you see my
format.
table right here? Look at this.
So when I was looking, when I read through this chapter and all the thinking that I'm doing on it, it is really comes down to my thinking is 1, 2, skip a few, and what is the city of the future going to look like? Which means we need to be investing now for buildings that will be, here for the next 50 to 100 years. So I'm really prioritizing the infrastructure. So strategy 1. Action 5, prioritizing the health, wellness, and sustainable design elements in our building construction materials. I'm not sure if that's the only one that addresses that, but that's the general gist there. Strategy 2, I would like to see more action 3, I guess, support and develop of the specialized navigator programs to help, but financing. And strategy 3, action 3, embedding high-performing, low-emission design and solar-ready. And
Strategy 4, Action 4.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, do you feel like you might be ready?
Sure.
Okay.
I just have one here, strategy 4, action 3.
Thank you, sir. And I believe Commissioner Knight.
I have strategy 1, 1 and 4, strategy 2, 2 and 3, strategy 3, 2 and 3, and strategy 4, 1.
Thank you. I'm so proud of you all. We're at chapter 4. I'm so proud of you. You're doing so well. Commissioner Perdue, do you feel like you might want to kick this off?
I'm ready.
Okay.
So with transportation, I think a lot of this is very duplicative of the work that is in our other plans, work that we've already started. So I didn't really want to make these a focus of this particular plan as we get rolling. So for this one, I only prioritize strategy 4, action 1 or 1 and 2.
I think you had 1 and 2 when I last read your notes last time.
Cool.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Commissioner Asasi?
Yes. I know I made some jokes the last time about riding a bike, Mayor, but...
I wore a dress in solidarity.
What'd you say? Yeah. Got to look good first. But no, I mean, you know, in all seriousness, protected bike lanes has like been a constant call, particularly in the second ward. I have a second ward resident who constantly asks me that, who lives in my home, about, you know, what are we going to do more about this? And just, you know, I think a lot of times we were talking about the Ann Street bike lanes and the opportunities there. So I agree with what Commissioner Perdue said. I think this is where all these things fit together. I would say if you asked me to approve this today, I would say yes. I'm just going to put that out there too. But that would be a priority.
Thank you so much. Mr. Mayor, I hear you have feelings about transportation.
Yeah, so this is actually, for me, a big one, and mostly primarily it's a big one because I always want to know, like, what can we do? So the city builds streets. There's lots of other stuff we don't do, but this is like core function for us. So I had a whole bunch of yeses in here. So blast it, sorry, I started ticking them off. So
it's okay, take your time.
Let's see, strategy 1, action 3, strategy 2, action 1 and 2, strategy 3, action 1, 2, and 4, and strategy 4, action 3. So I think we can, you know, if I had an extra pile of money, I would build 1,000 pedestrian flashers, probably mid-block. I would line the city with safe bike lanes because I'm really, really sick of feeling like I'm going to get killed.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Robbins.
Yeah, I'm going to say, echoing a lot of what was just said, but strategy 2, action 2, strategy 3, action 2, strategy 5, action 3. And I think there was a couple that pertain to pedestrian safety, protected bike lanes, those sort of infrastructure pieces. So all of those, I guess, whichever actions encompass all.
Thank you. Do you have the last comment? Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Knight, go ahead.
I have strategy 3, action 2 and 3, strategy 5, action 5.
Thank you. Commissioner Kilgore.
Yeah, transportation, I think, in line with modeling best behavior, leading by example for all of these goals in different buckets. I also feel like things that are actionable, things that folks can, I've been saying, touch, feel, and taste, so to speak. And I for sure think transportation is one of them. We also had folks like Friends of Slow Streets organize hundreds of our neighbors to talk about things like this. I was on a walk a few days ago and noticed that East Grand Rapids on MLK has the armadillos or the bollards, the separated bike lanes, and I'm excited to talk to their leadership on how we can do that. That specifically speaks to strategy 3, action 2. I also have strategy 6, action 4, strategy 7, action 1, strategy 2, action 5, strategy 1, action 3. And I'd like to end on strategy 1, action 3 because it's promoting micro mobility affordability pilot program. And affordability truly is a word here. I deeply believe that our residents, especially my constituents in the 3rd Ward, want to do this type of work. It is their, I would love if we could help remove the barriers to helping folks be a part of being more sustainable in the city.
Thank you. Okay, we're now at chapter 5.
I don't think I went.
Sorry. No offense. I totally was just
Nope.
feeling so good about making
Yep,
time.
that's right. So transportation is a huge part of our carbon emissions and also greenhouse gases. So I have a lot in this chapter, but if I had to choose one strategy to pick, it would be strategy 5, because the first 4 or so action items all have to do with updating our zoning and increasing our dense neighborhoods so that we have walkability, so that we can increase, hopefully, the desirability of rapid to expand stops there. So 1 through 4, action 5 are the top priority, but addition to that would be anything, and this is why I have a challenge with the way this is, but any of these action items that have to do with electrifying our fleet and working with the Rapid to electrify their fleet, increasing EV charging stations, all are on my list.
Thank you. So one thing I'm hearing from you, Commissioner, is as you're sorting through these actions, you're looking for a larger theme around electrifying vehicles, whatever that might look like, and that's a priority for you.
Yes, and that would be true of our infrastructure. Again, what does the city of our future look like?
Thank you, ma'am. Did I miss anybody? Okay, now let's go to chapter 5. I was really excited. Okay, so who would like to go first? Okay, Commissioner, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, you go first, and then I think it was Commissioner Robbins after that.
So what I like about food system strategy, being a recovering farmer, is I think some of this stuff is.
Oh, sir, you said food systems, I believe? We're at nature-based.
It's kind of nature-based food systems.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Was food systems different?
Yes, sir, that's our
sorry.
6th chapter.
Then I don't need to go first.
Okay,
Go
so
ahead.
I will
I
put
withdraw
a
my
pin
first
in you for chapter 6. Commissioner Robbins, did you want to do
Yes,
nature-based?
Sure.
Okay, then Commissioner Sassi, because he was fighting.
Okay, I'm going to say strategy 1, action 1, strategy 1, action 4, strategy 3, action 6.
Thank you. Commissioner Sassi.
Yes, I think, again, going to long-term, short-term, low-hanging fruit, priorities, and also what am I hearing from constituents is, and, you know, we're living longer is the strategy 1, action item 9, even though it does say community master plan for the whole strategy. So I was like, okay, well, but I think we consistently hear that, you know, trees, debris, I'm trying to help a neighbor. So I'd love us to figure out how we could something similar to like the community corridor cleanups. Something.
Cool. Thank you. I love that. Commissioner Belchak.
Oh.
Sorry. I can say Commissioner Perdue. I was trying to do like this thing.
Okay, so my top priorities in the nature-based have to do with 2 things. Trees, more of them, and our, for the cooling, and also the care of them, because we have a lot of aging tree infrastructure, so to speak, and neighborhood complaints. But also, what are we doing with green roofs and cooling roofs and unusual places where green plants can grow? So I'm sorry, you called on me before I was ready to select those things.
Do you want me to come back to you?
Sure.
I'm happy to do that. Commissioner Perdue, do you feel ready to talk about nature-based solutions?
So I took the same approach here as I did with transportation. We have a lot of this already moving, a lot of this already prioritized, in particular trees and green space. So I focus for the purposes of prioritization for this plan, those that kind of have a different approach or intersect with extreme weather events and expanding nature-based solutions that are not as popular or heavily invested in. So with that being said, strategy 1, action 8 and 9, which is around trees and extreme weather. And then strategy 3 around, nope, not that one. Strategy 4, action 1.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Commissioner Knight.
I got strategy 1, 1 and 2.
Thank you.
Strategy 2, 2 and 4. Strategy 3, 5. And strategy 4, number 2.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Kilgore.
Yeah, so a lot of these strategies, I think, we're sort of walking and chewing gum at the same time. So we're already doing our tree canopy goals, so strategy 1, action 1, to continue to focus on areas, working with our partners like Friends of Grand Rapids Parks, who have, targeted many areas within the 3rd Ward that had a low tree equity score. So continuing to do that work. Strategy 2, action 1, which is huge for me. So identifying opportunities to acquire additional parkland, prioritizing the city's neighborhoods of focus. So the 3rd Ward has about a dozen less parks and green spaces than the 1st and 2nd Ward. I think that is super important for the just overall well-being of our residents in the 3rd Ward. Strategy 4, action 1. I think this is when we talk about low-hanging fruit. I wish we could pass this today of making sure that folks can plant natives. And you're also feeding 2 birds with 1 stone. You're planting natives, helping the ecosystem, but you also are using these plants often sort of take care of themselves once they're planted. So you're not having these sort of landscapers out frequently as much as you do with just plain grass. So I'm very happy for the nature solutions.
Thank you. Now you're ready? Okay, let's do this.
So in the similar vein, strategy 1, prioritizing neighborhoods with low tree equity, so that's action 1. And action 4 and 5 have to do with health and plantings of those trees. Strategy 3, action 3, moving away from conventional landscaping. And action 9, developing standards for watershed resilience. And strategy 4, action 1, updating the zoning on native planting, and action 2, to create a pollinator-aware yard care.
Okay, thank you.
I just want to time check. We have about 5 more minutes before we have to turn over the room for the meeting that's scheduled in this room.
We're so close.
one
We
more.
have 1 chapter left and maybe conversation.
Yep.
We can do it. Do we feel like we can get through this?
Yes.
We can.
I think so. Mr. Mayor, you were so excited about chapter 6.
Yeah, and I'll say on my nature base, strategy 2, 2 and 4, and everyone agrees we should have pollinators. So yeah, food systems, I think the low-hanging fruit there for me is strategy 1, action 1, strategy 3, action 1, and that's really low-hanging fruit. Again, one of those things we should have done 20 years ago.
Thank you. Commissioner Asasi, do you feel like you're ready to go? Thank you.
So last week I had the opportunity, so I'm going to say strategy 2, action 9. Again, I would go back to what the mayor said, like what is our responsibility, what is our infrastructure, and then how do we enable other pieces? So I think food scrap and food waste is a really big issue, and was able to go to the groundbreaking for Woodchuck AI that Mr. Matthews and Mr. Gorney were at, and got to learn all about biochar. I did not know that much about biochar before then, Mr. Matthews. So I think that's a great opportunity. It's also like it's enhancing our city services and just like infrastructure pieces. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Perdue, we have 4 minutes. We can do this.
Food system, strategy 1, action 1, 3, 4, 7. Strategy 2, action 1 and 9. Strategy 3, action 1 and 3. Strategy 4, action 1. I also want to say that I do think it would be interesting to know what staff recommendations would be as the ones who are doing this and who are more in the weeds and can look at this and cross-reference some of the other information that we have around additional investment, on the ready, what's moving. So I would like that when you all come back and do your magic with all of our input, I would love to also have staff input as part of that process, just to kind of put things in perspective or to understand the perspective and cross-reference it with ours.
Thank you. I appreciate that feedback.
And if I can actually break the rules a little bit here.
Okay.
Thank you. I think this has been very helpful. I also think that the idea of coming up with 20 doesn't mean we have to stay at 20. So I don't think there's any reason we need to rain on anybody's parade. So we're going to get lower than 197 by definition by just having done this discussion. I think there's diversity of priorities. That's cool. A lot of that stuff can all fit into, there's a big enough basket to fit basically, I think, everything we talked about, but also we can go out to the community and ask them what they like added back into this basket. So I think we sort of did zero-based budgeting for our actions, which is great.
Thank you. Commissioner.
The idea of going back out to community and ask them to do this, that's That's really confusing to me, particularly given that they've worked on this for 2.5
So
years.
can I pause on that? We're not going to have that conversation now because we have 3 minutes left. So I'm not going to even take that as a suggestion. I'm going to take that as Mayor just maybe thinking in his brain because he's super excited. And then maybe we can table that and set that aside because I don't feel comfortable having that conversation right now. Is that okay with you, Commissioner Perdue?
Sure, as part of this exercise, but I do think it's important for a city manager to walk away with some direction to give to staff and to know what to plan next. And I do think that we need to do that on dais and have some direction from the commission as a whole. So with all due respect, let's finish the last few people for this one, but I do think we need to wrap it up and not totally put all of those extra comments off the table.
Thank you. I appreciate that as well. Commissioner Belcheck.
Okay, so the main priority, the way I'm looking at this, is food production and then food waste to divert. So the actions would be strategy 1, action 1, which is the recommendation of the Urban Agriculture Committee. There's a similar one in another strategy, so I would lump those two together. And I would choose to strategy 2, action 10, to collaborate with Kent County on reducing our organics and our waste stream. And, the other Urban Agriculture Committee one was strategy 4, action 1. And lastly, strategy 3, action 1, review and or update the ordinance language around composting.
Thank you. Commissioner Robbins.
Yeah, I'm going to say strategy 1, actions 1 and 10. Strategy 3, action 4. Strategy 4, action 1.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Commissioner Knight.
Strategy 1, 3, and 4. Strategy 2, 9, and 10. Strategy 3, and strategy 4.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Kilgore.
Yes, strategy 1, action 1. Strategy 2, action 1. Strategy 3, action 4. I'd really like to see us do citywide composting. There's this constant conversation, county or us, county or us. I'd like to see us lead and take the initiative.
Thank you. So thank you for doing this with me. I appreciate you all. So just talking a little bit about our next steps. So City Commission, we're going to send any suggested edits. That's happened now by the end of May. June 2025, we're going to review and compile those final prioritized rankings. There will be editing and reviewing for potential adjustment to plan and schedule any additional meetings with commissioners. And then in July, potential adoption consideration with 2026 prioritized action recommendations. Mr. Matthews, anything you'd like to say?
No, this is helpful, and this is the first step in the process. So we've certainly got more than the 20, but what we'll be able to do is start to see where there's consensus. Also, getting some perspective on what's important helps us get a sense of if we've got to lean in a particular area, what that's going to be. So,
thank you.
Appreciate that.
Thanks, everybody.
Hold on, Mayor. So to Commissioner Perdue's point, just to make sure we're clear. So I agree. I think the community's already weighed in. We had the public hearing. We know they want to adopt a plan. So we'll do the work. We'll come back and we'll schedule another cow update to update you on where we are. And then once we get confirmation, then I think we can share something more publicly with the community for them to react to. And if the commission's fine with it, we'll put it on the agenda. I think for the way we're envisioning this, it would be a resolution accepting whatever the plan looks like at that point, and then acknowledging the prioritization, and then the community could be able to comment on that.
Great.
Thank you, everybody.
Commissioner?
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner. I don't know how to follow rules here.
No, great job. You really did a fantastic job, so thank you. I just want to clarify or just make sure, is the intention still for this final list, in whatever form it is to really focus on the first year of implementation? Is that still the thought?
I don't know the way.
What's the focus and work plan for the first year? That was my understanding coming into today.
First focuses, I mean, whether it's first year or whether it's first 6 months, I mean, I don't want to wait a year to do composting, right? So our top order of business.
But I want to be realistic. There may be some, so we'll have to assess and see the feasibility of some of these. But I think after we get the prioritization, we are still going to do the analysis of how the feasibility, some things may require funding, some things may require collaboration, policy changes, legal changes. So we will come back with more detailed implementation strategy like we initially proposed. But thank you for the work today.
Yep. That's some of the items may require 2-3 years to stand up and roll out, but knowing that it's a priority now allows us to start that process.
And I do intend to have the staff do their analysis and recommendations related to these priorities.
Thank you all.
Commissioner Belcher, you're going to make two people late if you talk long, but go ahead.
I'm not talking long. I have a question. What we did today had to do with the existing 197 items and the prioritization. However, some thoughts and feedback, my question has to do with what do we do with things that we feel are missing, omitted, and just not a part of the current existing draft of the cap?
You were asked to send your feedback to the staff, and so if there were no additional action items, they didn't make this list. So much of feedback we got was around editing.
Correct.
I don't recall
because
any
that's where I was
additional-
at. The new thought after doing this process and going deeper into it and trying to prioritize things ended up with me realizing there's chunks of things that could have facilitated this that are missing.
Yep, I had the same thought, so I think we can give that feedback to staff after this meeting.
That may also be an opportunity to talk about during the strategic planning conversation as well in the fall.
Okay, thank you, everyone, and thanks for facilitating.